About to start. All right. Good morning and welcome to the Sweeney Center conference moving forward on offshore wind. This is our second offshore wind conference in the last 8 months, and our third energy conference. We're delighted today to have the President of the Board of Public Utilities, the CEO of the Economic Development Authority, national experts, and the three companies that have been awarded contracts to build offshore wind farms and to supply that energy to New Jersey. Before we open up with the opening speakers, I'd like to call up Dean Anwar Lamar, who's the Dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, in which the Sweeney Center is located. And we're very grateful for her hosting our policy center for the last 2 years, and look forward to many years of work together. Anwar?
So good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of the President and Provost Rowan, neither of whom could make it, although you saw Tony walking around. He has a meeting, so he had to leave. So I want to welcome you to Rowan. I want to welcome you to the workshop of the Sweeney Center, the second. The first one was really successful. This one is even bigger than the first one. And I hope that you don't think that those of us who do social science and humanities don't do offshore wind. And we could talk about that because community impact is a big issue here. But we at the university are, and you will hear from our engineering colleagues, are ready for offshore wind research, offshore wind workforce development. We have really worked quite a bit on the issue, and of course the ups and downs of everything that comes with it, the financial, the political, and the pedagogical. So we are very ready, Rowan is ready, and we're doing a lot of already good research, both on the engineering, technology, workforce development, but we are also doing research in the social sciences about the impact on communities. So welcome, and on behalf of my bosses, I hope you enjoy the workshop. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm Dr. Yolanda Mack. I'm the Associate Dean of Industry Partnerships and Workforce Development within the Henry M. Rowan College of Engineering at Rowan University. If you don't know me, you are forgiven. I've been here an entire 4 months. I'm here after a long 16-year career in industry. And while I'm new to Rowan University, I'm actually not new to New Jersey. I was born in New Jersey, and after 40 plus years, I'm finally back. So I have the great opportunity to learn what I missed the first time around. So this also means that I'm invested in the success of New Jersey. It's a source of pride, and Rowan University is also invested in the success of the state of New Jersey. One of the reasons that I'm here with this new role to create industry partnerships and to perform workforce development shows this investment in Rowan University. I heard about the importance of the offshore wind industry even before I came to the university, and I know that we are uniquely focused and positioned to be a key player in its success. So along with its excellent undergraduate curriculum, the College of Engineering at Rowan University has multiple centers of excellence that are executing research and development activities. These activities are strategically aligned with some of the top key economic industry drivers in the state. So this research and development includes a heavy focus on advanced manufacturing, design of new materials, digital simulations, transportation, sustainability, and high technology such as artificial intelligence and machine learning and virtual reality. As offshore wind is still a relatively new enterprise in the United States, it creates new demands in design, manufacturing, and operations and maintenance. So from a front-end design standpoint, this means that we need to simulate the wind via digital simulations to ensure maximum efficiencies when converting wind to electricity. It means simulating the ocean to understand loads on the turbine support structures. It means optimizing materials or creating new ones to make sure that the turbine blades are less prone to failure. It also means ensuring that we have a durable substrate so that when we bring in the heavy machinery and cranes, they have a stable structure on which to work on when doing installation and operations. It also means the development of innovative new means of recycling those durable turbine blades, which were designed not to fail, which make it very hard to recycle, so that we can create a truly sustainable ecosystem. Now, if we move forward to the cutting edge, this also means using artificial intelligence and machine learning as a tool, maybe to optimize our supply chain. It also means using autonomous drones with intelligent image processing to remotely monitor the health of our turbines. It means new methods of non-destructive evaluation to qualify the monopiles prior to installation. So the industries that will take part in building this new industry can achieve new success by partnering with and using the resources available within our university and others to achieve new technologies, new methods, and efficiencies that you might not be able to develop alone. And if you have any questions, I know I dove down into some technical words very quickly. Feel free to talk to me and we can iron all of those out. New industry also means new jobs. New jobs mean a new type of worker. So these workers need to be trained to play in what's basically a novel environment. So finding workers with the skills translatable to the offshore wind industry and training them to be ready for the unique opportunities that offshore wind provides is a huge but necessary task. Developing programs with our universities and community colleges must be done in parallel to develop the workforce and keep it strong. Degree programs in construction management and engineering management will be critical in navigating and executing these new contracts. Traditional degree programs, such as in mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering, may need to be adapted and upgraded to support the new industry and ensure we have a strong pipeline of students ready to enthusiastically enter the industry and take advantage of its excellent opportunities. So industry needs to partner with colleges and universities to exploit the education structure that already exists and bolster the education to align with future needs. There are also innovations to be had in workforce development. Virtual reality is an emerging tool that's being explored to more quickly and thoroughly train operators. Immersive environments provided by virtual reality experiences become a means of experiencing events and ideas that may still be in development, allowing personnel to learn how to perform installation or make repairs of wind turbines in a safe and repeatable environment. So tools like these are being developed at Rowan University within the College of Engineering, and we only need willing partners in industry to realize these capabilities. From preparing the workforce of the future to performing the research and development needed to ensure the near-term and future success of the offshore wind industry, we are ready to do this thing. This is a huge opportunity for the state of New Jersey and an excellent opportunity for industry and academia to work together to progress offshore wind forward. So through mutually beneficial collaborations, we can achieve what is required to make the offshore wind enterprise a thriving reality. So thank you. I look forward to what's next.
It's me again. So you've heard about our engineering. I want to also say there's a lot of interdisciplinary stuff with engineering that's taking place. And so I just wanted to underscore that. So I have the pleasure of introducing our speakers this morning. So our first speaker is Christine Gould-Sadovi, serves as the president of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities, bringing with her a wealth of experience and expertise in the energy sector. With a dedication to public service and a focus on ensuring efficient and sustainable energy practices, Christine plays a vital role in shaping the state's energy policies and regulations, which is really important for all of us. Her leadership and commitment to advancing clean energy initiatives make her a key figure in New Jersey's efforts and in the nation's efforts, because I think New Jersey is quite leading here toward a greener and more resilient future. Christine, you have the platform.
Oh, I don't need no. I'm good. Thanks. Good morning. I didn't bring any slides, so hopefully what I say will be interesting enough to keep you all engaged. So thank you so much, Dr. Marr and Rowan, for that introduction. You said something about social sciences and offshore wind, and if you know a little bit about my background, you know that you certainly can work in offshore wind and also be in the social sciences. So I'm really excited for that partnership, and Dr. Mack as well for the honor to be here today at the Sweeney Center. And thank you to Rowan. I just want to first acknowledge that I think all of you know that Steve Sweeney was one of the first advocates for offshore wind, not only for laying the groundwork for the industry in New Jersey, but really also maintaining and remaining a champion for offshore wind in the state. I will say there's no bigger champion than Governor Murphy, who continues to carry the banner to make New Jersey a national leader in offshore wind. And I think you all know that my predecessor, the late Joe Fiordaliso, who gave out these offshore wind pins every time he saw someone, was an enormous champion. And I'm just, we're missing him, but I'm really honored to be in this position, to be able to talk to all of you and further his legacy. I always get a little shaky when I talk about Joe, so I apologize, but he was truly a champion for the industry, for offshore wind, for clean energy, and really for the state of New Jersey. And I hope that I am, carrying that legacy as well. One of the things that excites me, really the thing that excites me most about offshore wind, is the potential that it has for the state of New Jersey and for continuing our leadership on clean energy, but also, bringing this new industry to the state. It's just so exciting. And as also a native New Jerseyan and a Jersey girl, that's what helps get me to work every day, especially when we have some of the challenges we've had over the last several months. So the title of the conference is Moving Forward on Offshore Wind, New Challenges and New Competition. We have definitely covered the challenges quite a bit over the last few months, as my colleague Tim can attest to, and some of you as well. So with the challenges and competition, I see something else, and I think everyone here sees it as well, and that's opportunity. If you leave here today with one thing, it should be this: we're not going to let the opportunity to bring a global industry and all the associated benefits to New Jersey pass us by. This is New Jersey. We don't shy away from a challenge. We hit it head on, and I think you can all agree that we're on the right track, moving full throttle to make New Jersey a national leader in the offshore wind industry. The opportunity for us to do this work and be part of the clean energy revolution is vital to the future of our planet and our state's economy. I don't need to tell you that climate change is affecting our communities, and the health effects and costs it has on our day-to-day lives through safety concerns and infrastructure impacts is monumental. We've seen torrential rains and wind, record numbers of storms causing severe flooding and power outages, something I'm all too familiar with at the BPU. Severe climate impacts are already affecting the Garden State, and Governor Murphy's administration is about New Jersey doing our part to mitigate climate impacts while safeguarding ratepayers and advancing the clean energy economy. And I think it's really important to underscore that being a leader in this space and having New Jersey lead the way on offshore wind and clean energy is not only doing our part, but it helps to bring other states and hopefully other nations along in that effort. And together we really can contribute an impact to fighting it back against climate change. All of the progress we're working towards does not happen by itself. It comes from those of us at the BPU, with our colleagues at EDA and DEP, and many of the people in this room who are committed to building a better New Jersey and achieving our clean energy goals. Offshore wind is at the cornerstone of the clean energy agenda, and again, as I said, is an opportunity for New Jersey to lead the nation in cutting our share of carbon emissions while standing up an industry that will provide historic economic benefits to the state. And I know my colleague Tim is going to talk more about those. With fully embracing any opportunity, challenges have and will emerge. And while we have experienced some setbacks, as can be expected in any new industry, we remain steadfast and are moving forward without losing a step. In fact, after the setbacks we experienced at the end of last year, there have been a number of exciting developments in recent weeks, and they make me more optimistic than ever. As you know, in November, the governor directed the BPU to accelerate our fourth offshore wind solicitation. This definitive action by Governor Murphy reaffirms the state's commitment to achieving our clean energy goals and demonstrates to the market that New Jersey is committed to offshore wind. Less than 2 months later, just a couple of weeks ago, we at the BPU awarded a combined 3,742 megawatts of offshore wind capacity to the two projects, Leading Light Wind and Attentive Energy, advancing the state's progress toward a 100% clean energy economy. Our largest offshore wind award in history, these actions will produce enough energy to power 1.8 million homes in New Jersey. This portfolio of projects collectively represent what offshore wind has to offer: clean energy that will yield environmental benefits for generations to come, economic benefits to boost New Jersey's economy for decades, and thousands of good-paying jobs. These projects provide economic benefits that will promise to build upon New Jersey's standing as an offshore wind supply chain. Both projects have committed to supporting the establishment of manufacturing at the New Jersey wind port, critically important to South Jersey, but also the entire state. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the economic benefits, but I don't want to get into too much detail because I know you're going to hear from EDA and also from the projects. But just a couple of things that I want to point out here that are particularly important to the administration and as we look at how we move forward, just want to draw attention to a few things. So we are looking at, from the portfolio of projects, establishing New Jersey as an offshore wind hub along the eastern seaboard, $2.5 billion in guaranteed direct spending through the first 10 years, and a total of $6.8 billion in total economic benefits to New Jersey, including indirect, direct, and induced economic benefits over the life of the project. We're looking at over 5,000 guaranteed direct FTE job years to New Jersey through the first 10 years of operations. Few other key points that I'm sure we'll hear about in more detail. establishment of New Jersey-based O&M facilities, marshaling at the wind port, anchor orders for manufacturing constructed at the wind port. These are all critically important, not just for South Jersey, not just for the region, but as we look at offshore wind manufacturing across the country and around the world, we want to make sure that we are in a position to make New Jersey a national leader. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the other aspects of the projects that that we have considered over the solicitation. We of course are always looking at ratepayer impacts, right? We want to make sure that we are being judicious about the ratepayer impacts, but I want to point out that there is a cost to doing nothing, right? The cost to doing nothing is, as I said, climate change impacts related to infrastructure, stronger storms, health impacts related to air pollution. These all have costs, and I think that as an administration, we try to point those out. I know a lot of the advocates in the room are also doing that as well. All of those issues have costs, right? We are looking at storms and flooding related costs. I live in Lambertville. Obviously, Hurricane Ida had a big impact on that community in terms of flooding, costs into the hundreds of millions of dollars, the health impacts associated with air pollution from hospital and doctor's visits, those all have costs. So when we think about the cost of clean energy, and sometimes that gets a lot of focus, what we need to think about as well is that there's always a cost to doing nothing. Want to point out just one specific piece of the Invenergy project, and that's a commitment of $94 million for direct assistance to low-income energy burden households. As I depart here today, and one of the reasons that I wanted to speak early, so thank you for your patience, is I'm headed over to Atlantic City. We're doing an energy assistance event. And so, that piece of the Invenergy project, I think, was really important for me to see that commitment to help low-income residents to address their utility bills. So the state's comprehensive approach to offshore wind development aims to secure the best overall value to ratepayers, right? And that is something that the BPU takes very seriously. We're doing that and ensuring that value to ratepayers while also protecting the environment, commercial and recreational fishing interests. There's a combined commitment from the projects to research and monitoring efforts, and that's something that we're also working on at the BPU with our sister agency DEP, with EDA. In order to realize bringing the energy created by offshore wind to New Jersey's ratepayers, we also have to address the state of our electricity grid. The amount of offshore wind and other clean energy we're developing requires a transmission grid that is capable and lasting. As I think many of you know, we have worked with PJM to develop the state agreement approach. That's another commitment that we are continuing at the BPU as we look at the potential for a next SAA and SAA2. We'll continue to work with PJM on developing those transmission solutions. Building upon the successful collaboration of that SAA with PJM, just earlier this month, we took another step forward on that, advancing the state's interest and filed the SAA2. The reason why the state agreement approach is a vital part of our offshore wind effort is it allows New Jersey to benefit from PJM examining integrated suite of open access transmission facilities that are designated to support the delivery of offshore wind, both onshore and offshore transmission improvements that could best facilitate the state meeting the state's expanded offshore wind goals in an economically and environmentally efficient and timely manner. And I don't think I need to tell all of you, but the savings that we potentially can see in a state agreement approach or in a coordinated transmission approach are upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So as we think about the ratepayer impacts and the costs of moving forward, we are looking always for those opportunities to keep the costs down. The BPU in 2022 used this national model to understand and address transmission challenges and identify solutions for our offshore wind projects. Collaborating with PJM was a major step forward in evaluating the best and most cost-effective way to bring offshore wind energy onshore. And again, I want to point out that New Jersey has been a national leader and that other states in the region are looking at how New Jersey approached that coordinated transmission effort to see if they are able to do that just as a singular state, but also working together with other states. And we continue to be in conversations with our friendly sister states, New York and Maryland and Delaware, to see if there are opportunities to coordinate with those states on transmission and to help see some regional savings in those transmission costs, but also to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible as we develop transmission solutions, not just for offshore wind, but also for solar and other clean energy in the region. As you can see, we've been advancing offshore wind and capitalizing on our partnerships that benefit the state. We're thinking strategically and comprehensively. We're fully committed to successfully taking advantage of the opportunity that is on our doorstep. Offshore wind is vital to our clean energy economy and our efforts to mitigate climate change. We're resolute in those efforts to ensure New Jersey realizes its benefits, and something I know you'll hear a lot more from my colleague Tim and from the project developers today. We have a strong future in the offshore wind industry. I hope our collective commitment to the development of offshore wind for a cleaner and healthier future serves as an inspiration for all of us as we continue to work together for a better tomorrow and a better New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you for this amazing talk. And our next presenter is Tim Sullivan, and Tim Sullivan serves as the president and CEO of the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, where he leads efforts to drive economic growth and development across the state. Hey, economics is in my college, by the way. I can't help it. With a background in finance and a deep understanding of economic policy, Tim is dedicated to fostering innovation, attracting businesses, and creating job opportunities in New Jersey. His strategic vision and collaborative approach make him a pivotal figure in advancing the state's economic agenda and improving the overall prosperity of its residents. Tim?
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Dean, for that very kind introduction. Usually the introduction is what we send in advance, which is usually also very nice. They write about ourselves. Somebody else wrote that, so whoever wrote that, thank you very much. That was very kind. Thank you. That was very kind. It was even more glowing than I would have sent from the canned stuff. It's an honor to be here. Thanks to the Sweeney Center, to Steve Sweeney, to Mark, to Kevin, to everybody at Rowan for having us. This is a great place to be talking about the future of offshore wind. I can't think of a better place, frankly, to be having this conversation. As the president mentioned, one of the earliest and most forceful champions of offshore wind has been Steve Sweeney from the jump, and that has continued up to this very day. So it's great to be here at the center that bears his name, having this conversation. I just want to start with a note, just a point of personal privilege about the BPU president, who I'm honored to follow here today. BPU president is an underappreciatedly difficult job in Trenton. It's one of the hardest jobs in Trenton. You got a lot of stakeholders to balance. You got a great big energy industry. You got the ratepayers. Every so often it snows or rains, and you got to go deal with all that. And Christine has stepped into that with extraordinary success. But she also had two major challenges on top of that. One was the brewing storm that sort of crashed on our shores on Halloween night that was happening at Offshore Wind. And that was, no picnic to be walking into. But the second and probably bigger challenge is stepping into the shoes of a giant and a legend. And I know his son is here, and Joe Fiordaliso, and having both of those challenges and doing so and stepping into that job with extraordinary success and grace and good humor and charm and excellence is no small feat. So congrats to the president for all that. I think when Mark called me right after I'm going to try and get through this whole talk without using a certain Danish word that has a strike through one of the vowels. see how I do, see if I get fired up. I'm going to try and do it without using that word. But in the wake of what happened on Halloween, we'll just call it that, I remember Mark called me, and I'm sure he called Christine as well, right after that and said, hey, Steve wants to put together an event and really put a shoulder into what happens next and sort of talk about the future and the roadmap forward. And I think all of us said, heck yeah. Let's do it after the NJ3 awards. We had good stuff to talk about, but heck yeah. Because I think you heard from the governor starting on Halloween, which I happen to remember. We got the bad news right in the middle of trick-or-treating. So I'm going to remember that until I'm in the ground, that it was Halloween when that happened. You heard two themes that I think have been consistent from the governor and from all of us since then. One, frustration. If you read the governor's statement, that's about as spicy as an elected official will get in the printed form. And I can tell you in private, Christine and I both heard lots of words that don't befit an elite academic institution and the erudite setting in which we find ourselves this morning. So frustration, yeah. And that's still out there. We still feel that. It is what it is. We're adults. We're dealing with it. But continued optimism and confidence that, one, Phil Murphy and the state of New Jersey and everyone who's working on offshore wind isn't going anywhere. And I think you got to give the governor credit and appreciation. A lot of folks would have melted in the heat of what was happening in the fall or in this industry. And this governor has stood tall and strong, and if anything, taller and stronger since then. That this is an industry that we have to get right. As the president mentioned, this is too important to our environmental future, to our energy future, to our economic future, particularly here in South Jersey. We have no choice. It would be incredibly irresponsible and foolish to walk away from this opportunity that is presented from offshore wind. And in the weeks and months after the bad news, I think you heard a couple themes that have borne out and continue to be true. One, we're not going anywhere. Construction continues at the wind port in Lower Alloys Creek. We had been steaming towards an April 1st delivery for the aforementioned Scandinavian folks. That deadline kind of came when we don't need to do that. But that project, the first phase of the wind port will be complete this summer. Just to step back, that's a massive infrastructure project on a greenfield piece of property that's about 200 acres just adjacent to the Hope Creek nuclear facility that PSE&G runs so well. Governor Murphy announced that in June of 2020. It was one of the very first things that wasn't COVID related that we announced in June. It was at the War Memorial. I was there with the governor, and it felt kind of surreal to be talking about the future and offshore wind and all that because we were still dealing with the peak of the pandemic. But in June of 2020, that thing was still a glint in our eye. We had some plans, we'd done a lot of work. The team that was working on it had gone to school and gone quite thorough and deep on how to think about planning for this thing, but we didn't have a lease, we didn't control the land, we didn't have a dime of funding, we had preliminary designs at best. And fast forward, it'll be 4 years or so. The first phase of that project, Parcel A, we call it, will be done on time. I'm hesitant to say this out loud because there's still some time left, but we're heading towards under budget for a major infrastructure project, which, by the way, is a testament to the women and men of the South Jersey building trades. That project's been built 100% under a project labor agreement, which has been an extraordinary experience, an extraordinarily positive experience, because we've also delivered on our goals around diversity and inclusion. We've well exceeded our benchmarks that we set for ourselves, which were pretty damn high, around Salem County and South Jersey vendors and contractors and subcontractors, minority, women, veteran contracting goals. We've exceeded all those quite a bit. So you can do it all. You can have a really strong commitment to organized labor and a really strong commitment to diversity and inclusion, and the Windport project, I think, is proving that. So that was one theme you heard. We weren't going anywhere. We're going to keep at it. And the Windport, by the way, is going to be such is already, a sense now, such an extraordinarily important piece of infrastructure. Lots of states have sort of tinkered around the edges of saying we need a port, and by the way, they all do. None have gotten out of the batter's box, and not here in New Jersey. Our port starting, I don't know, call it June, July, will be open for business. We'd like some more customers, and we'll talk. All the three folks who are going to join the panel after us are all going to be our customers, but It's just an extraordinary piece of infrastructure that I think is the envy of everybody up and down the eastern seaboard. And so that's just, I think, been an extraordinary demonstration of our continued commitment to sticking with this. I think the other thing you heard in the wake of the challenges back in the fall, offshore wind is bigger than any one company. You're going to hear 3 living, breathing representations of that in a couple minutes from the 3 projects that are committed to investing in New Jersey. Yeah, what happened on Halloween was a setback. Here's an ironclad guarantee. I don't often offer ironclad guarantees. Sometime between now and the finish line of this industry, there will be some other challenge. Something else bad will happen. That's the nature of building a brand new industry. If you had sold all your Apple stock in the late 90s, you'd feel pretty stupid right now because of what happens in booms and busts and cycles and the nature of how industries come and go. Not come and go, come and grow. This is an industry that is going to happen. It's going to happen in North America. It's going to happen in the United States of America. The timeline's going to be wiggly and wobbly. There's going to be challenges. There's going to be setbacks. The potential for energy generation that is close to our shores that we can control and controlling our energy future and our energy destiny, the opportunities it presents environmentally and economically, it's too big. And one of the reasons I will continue to have that confidence, and each of the 3 folks that are going to be speaking in a couple minutes are examples of this. Again, there are probably people in the world who still think offshore wind is some like liberal pipe dream. And I am the proud proponent of many liberal pipe dreams. Many, too many, ask my friends. This ain't one of them. This is an industry that is being invested in by some of the most sophisticated and well-capitalized companies in the energy industry and their infrastructure investors. I won't go name by name, but there's a lot of them. Folks who are diversified energy companies who make a lot of big multi-billion-dollar investments are thinking strategically about offshore wind, not just in New Jersey, but up and down the eastern seaboard, because there's a big energy patch out there. We have never failed in this country, despite the fact that there are fits and starts, to figure out a way to harness energy, whether that's been solar, whether that's been we don't like to talk about it, but some of the fossil things that have emerged in the last couple decades, they all go through fits and starts. This is going to continue to go through fits and starts, but it's too important and there's too much there. And again, when folks imagine the meetings where we come up with the liberal pipe dreams, the folks who are investing in offshore wind are probably not imagined to be at the head table there. These are folks who are making a capitalist economic bet because they know that there is a there. And we need to keep up in this competition. We absolutely lost some ground back in the fall. Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling you something, right? It was bad. We're back on our front foot. You got 3 projects that are going to talk here in a couple minutes about all the great things that are going to happen, not just in South Jersey, but all throughout the state, but particularly in South Jersey. And then, as Christine just mentioned, you've got NJ4 coming hot on its heels. Again, that was, I think, a really strong sign and signal from Governor Murphy that not only we're not going anywhere, we're leaning into this. We've got too much opportunity here, and if we don't stay on it, others are going to eat our lunch. When I say others, I mean people in other states. These projects are going to get built. These are on federal leasehold territories, leasehold waters, leasehold seabed, whatever you want to call it. They're going to get built. The question is, are they going to get built to benefit New Jersey from an economic perspective, an energy perspective, and an environment perspective? Because these could become New York projects. These could become Maryland projects. We have to stay competitive. We have to keep at it, because I can tell you that in the couple months since our challenges, and this is a good thing, by the way, but I'm on purpose trying to sort of juice your competitive spirit here in New Jersey. Massachusetts is moving ahead. New York's moving ahead. There are projects in construction. There are some folks in the world who think these projects aren't constructible, that this is just like a set of PowerPoint projections that exist in the realm of making presentations. They're real. There is power flowing in the North Atlantic to the shores of the United States right this very minute. There are construction workers in the building construction trades in other states working and putting food on their table today because of American offshore wind. There is work at ports all throughout the eastern seaboard because of American offshore wind. This is happening. The question is, do we want a bronze medal or a gold medal? For damn sure, I want the gold medal. And I think you all do too. But I would encourage you, as we think about the future here, and again, you're going to hear about these great projects. One, we got to have stick-to-itiveness, which is not a word, but we got to have it. Because there will be challenges. There's going to be stuff that pops up. There's going to be things that are challenging to deal with. I don't know what they are. If I did, I'd be making bets, and that's not what I do for a living. But there are going to be challenges. I don't know what they're going to be. There's going to be challenges. We're going to have to stick through it. 2, I think we've got to do a better job. Everyone who's at this event, or probably most people, maybe there's some folks who think this is a bad idea and have come to express that opinion, and God bless America if they have. But most of us think WIN's a really great idea. We've got to do a better job reaching out to folks who are open-minded, but need to understand the facts. Because this isn't a panacea. There are trade-offs, just like every other decision we make in life, just like every investment we make in life. And there are folks who need to understand what this really means. This means jobs. This means this means energy independence. This means environmental benefits. And all of those, all told, represent the opportunity for tens of thousands of jobs, particularly in South Jersey. But we've got to meet people where they are and answer their questions. We can't just assume that everyone who's got questions is coming about it from the wrong perspective. Some people are. You're never going to reach them. But I would challenge each and every one of you, particularly and folks who are out there in Zoom and YouTube land, find someone at your next cocktail party, next backyard barbecue. Don't be annoying. Don't walk up to everybody and try and evangelize offshore wind. You'll not get invited to more parties. But find a person or two in your life who's not spend a ton of time thinking about offshore wind. They read the newspaper every now and again, but they're not waking up every day like all of us are thinking about offshore wind. And talk to them about what's on their mind and explain to them what this really means. Show them the pictures of what the renderings really look like, of what multiple miles offshore really looks like. Show them that talk to them about how there's things happening in other states where this is real. This is not some dream, right? This is happening in other states. This is real work. This is real career, family-sustaining jobs that sit there for the asking here in New Jersey, because we've got to we've got to continue to build support for this. This is, we spend probably too much time. This isn't self-evident to everyone. It wasn't self-evident to me when I came home to New Jersey and learned about the opportunity that presented itself. This isn't self-evident to everybody. It's new. It's different. It needs explaining. It needs hand-holding. It needs good faith engagement with folks who are cynical, skeptical, whatever the right word is, and just have questions they want to understand. We've got to reach people where they are. So conferences like this are really important, but we've got to get out in the world, talking to folks who just don't know what offshore wind is. They heard, again, they see something on Twitter. God forbid they see something on Twitter. They see something in the newspaper, and they have questions. And they got to understand what this means. We got to make the case. And so the conversations like this are incredibly important. So again, to Mark, thanks for bringing us all together. And thanks for all 3 developers for being here and your partners, and there's lots of friends in the room. But think about telling this story externally, telling it to folks who don't already get it, because that's where this is going to be won and lost long term. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your continued support for offshore wind. Under Governor Murphy's leadership, again, we're not going anywhere. This is an industry we're going to do our damnedest to get right. It's going to take time. It's going to be more challenges, but we are committed to it as a state. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for having us over.
Thank you very much to Tim Sullivan and Christine Sidovi for being our opening speakers. I'd like to call up our first panel: Wes Jacobs, Terrence Kelly, and Damian Bednars. We have put together this, as Tim had said earlier, we have put together this conference with the idea of doing it after the round 3 awards from the Board of Public Utilities, so we could bring together. I'm an academic, so I can use the word Orsted. Post Orsted, so we could bring together the developers who would be building New Jersey's offshore wind farms, and we're delighted today to have Damian and Wes, and he's here. Hang on 1 minute. Okay. You gave the clicker? Okay. Anyway, we have here a month ago, Less than a month ago, the Board of Public Utilities issued contracts for offshore wind for 3.7 gigawatts to a leading light and to Attentive Energy. Attentive Energy also had received an earlier contract from New York, so they will be providing energy to offshore wind energy to both states. And Atlantic Shores was a second round winner, will presumably be the first in the ocean for New Jersey. I'd like to turn it over. The way this panel is going to work, we're going to have three presentations in a succession by Wes and Damien and Terrence. Then I will have some questions, and then we'll open up at the end for a couple questions from the audience as well. Wes Jacobs is the project director for a leading light wind, which is at this point New Jersey's largest winning bidder with 2.3 gigawatts. Wes, after you. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Yep, so like Mark said, I'm Wes Jacobs, project director for Leading Light Wind, recent OREC awardee in the NJ3 solicitation. So yeah, just want to start by saying thanks to Rowan University, thanks to Dr. Mack and Dr. Amar. It's a pleasure to be back here. I guess it was about 9 months ago, I think, that we had a similar one of these referenced earlier. There's a bit of coming back full circle here, and it certainly feels very, I have a lot of gratitude, I guess I could say, just for the journey that we've all been on together, but certainly having an OREC contract in hand at this point, we're just so excited to get moving in partnership with you all and with New Jersey. So great to be here. So I guess you've all had the benefit of staring at our slide here the whole time, and we have more slides than this, but maybe before getting into the slides, just a few things to discuss. So yeah, maybe, and I'll try to be brief just because I want to get to the panel discussion, which hopefully we can get some questions from you all. Yeah, so a bit about us, Invenergy, Energy Re, and Leading Light. I think we're still getting to know each other a bit. Invenergy is a new player in New Jersey. A bit about the project, and then really a bit about really the benefits that this project is going to bring to New Jersey. So, and maybe I can move ahead one here. Okay, so this at least has some words on the two co-developers. Invenergy as the lead developer. I work for Invenergy. I've been at Invenergy for 2 years, since shortly after we acquired the lease in the New York Bight. So Invenergy is U.S. owned. We're privately held, based in Chicago. We also have a growing presence on the East Coast. We have a growing office in Manhattan, in fact, and we're now with this OREC contract, we're looking forward to further growing our physical presence in New Jersey. So that's something that we're excited to delve into in the near term. Invenergy's been around for 20 plus years at this point. We have a really proud of our successful track record of responsible development. To this point, it's really been primarily focused on onshore wind, solar, and some natural gas production. And then likewise, we have a large and successful transmission business, as well as battery energy storage. And it was a few years ago, I guess more than a few years ago at this point, since these things take time, call it 5 or so years ago, our CEO and founder, Michael Polsky, who's a remarkable leader and very passionate about clean energy, especially offshore wind, made the decision to leverage Invenergy's strengths to actually do something unique in the American energy landscape here, which is actually to go all in on offshore wind. And that was, like I said, 5 or so years ago. And the journey took us through acquiring a federal lease out in the New York Bight, and ultimately to building up a team and bidding into both the New York and New Jersey state solicitations. And ultimately, we're very proud, like I said, to have been awarded a contract in OREC order in the NJ3 solicitation. That's certainly just a step along the way, I would say. It's maybe earlier in my offshore wind career, and I've been in offshore wind for 3 or 4 years, and before that, my first career in oil and gas. I thought of the OREC contract as the top of the mountain, so to speak, and it's really not. And some of what I'll talk about here on the subsequent slides is more what the top of the mountain really should be for all of us, and that's really the projects bringing the benefits to the local economy, the jobs and the economic investment, and ultimately the clean energy generation. So, but certainly the OREC contract is a step along the way. Yeah, so, okay, we work closely with Energy Re. They are our co-developer. Energy Re is owned by the Related companies. Related is, you might be familiar with Related. They built, operate, and own Hudson Yards in New York. Energy Re is their clean energy developer, and they've very successfully, to this point, built up clean energy generation business as well as large transmission business, and we partnered with them also on the Clean Path New York project up to the north. So let's keep moving here. So all offshore wind projects have very big numbers that come with them, of course. Ours is no different. This is I'll say a very, very large project, 2.4 gigawatts of delivered power into the PJM market. That'll be delivered to the Larrabee substation in Howell. You can see some of the other numbers here. 1 million homes powered, like Christine said earlier, I think 1.8 or so equivalent for the total of the NJ3 awards. I looked it up because it's always nice to contextualize these big numbers. I guess there's around 3.7 million households in New Jersey. So when we're talking 1.8 for the award, it's a significant number for the energy landscape here. I'll talk more about the economic benefits and some of the specifics on the community benefits program in subsequent slides. Just a bit about our schedule. It's very high level, of course, but like I said, we acquired the lease in early 2022, so just a couple years ago. We're very much in the thick of the development phase at this point. That's acquiring data on the seabed lease. We've had a number of offshore surveys ongoing. We're establishing our community benefits program. We're very excited about that. Christine, we're proud about the energy equity credit that Christine mentioned in terms of offsetting some of the cost of energy to low-income ratepayers. Very much focused on our permits that we're pursuing at this point. That's both federal, state, and local as well. And yeah, focused on, in the near term, starting onshore construction potentially, and then partnering with the supply chain. Moving towards offshore construction later in the decade, and then on to operations from there. Given the size of the project, we actually have a phased COD. COD is commercial operations date, so we will be phasing that. About first half of the project is going to be starting up in late 2031, and then the second half of the project in late 2032. So a lot of words here. Really, these are our 4 pillars that we live and breathe by. Very proud to be American-led, and we're going to do everything we can to really promote the American offshore wind industry. Not just bringing jobs to New Jersey and into the U.S., but likewise really promoting American know-how in the offshore wind space. Like I already mentioned, a successful track record of responsible development, and we look to bring that to bear in offshore wind as well. Lots of jobs, we'll talk about that a bit more. Lots of economic investment in the state. Also looking to focus on an equitable transition, energy transition, of course. And I've got a slide on the energy equity credit that I'll speak to. Again, a bit more. So big time numbers that come with any of these projects. So our project estimates to bring $3.7 billion in economic benefits to the state of New Jersey. We actually are committing to spend $1.7 billion specifically in New Jersey on our project expenditures, and that's a combination of the staff that we have that will be based in New Jersey, but also the cost that we pay to our supply chain and all of the expenditures of our supply chain up and down the supply chain in New Jersey. And we're very excited about that. There's some examples there of some of the priorities. We hope to be sourcing our monopiles, our foundations from EEW in Paulsboro. I saw Lee here earlier. Good to have EEW here. Likewise, very excited to operate and maintain the wind farm from a location in New Jersey, and very excited also about the wind port where we will marshal the project and hopefully also manufacture towers for the wind turbines there. So again, $1.7 billion in economic commitments to the state. I really feel like she should be wearing a helmet, so I apologize that she's not from a safety standpoint, but we're excited about our Waves to Wind program. It's a catalytic training program for small minority women and veteran-owned businesses to give them opportunities to really set them up for success so they can pursue opportunities in offshore wind. I have a number of other partnerships. I guess we've got a labor slide first. Very excited about our partnership with labor. We've worked with the 5 main trades in the building and construction space, and we look forward to maturing those relationships with them. We, of course, had an MOU with them as part of our bid into NJ3, and we look forward to maturing those relationships and working together on the construction of the wind farm. I'll also mention, as part of our investor group, we work closely with ULICO. ULICO is the pension fund for organized labor in the U.S., and we're really proud to say that when our project succeeds, working households in New Jersey and across the U.S. benefit. Thanks, Jim. A number of really exciting partnerships that we have that we're really just getting started on. A lot goes through these OREC solicitations. Much rides on the certainty of the long-term contract that comes from those. And so with the OREC order in hand, these partnerships are unlocked at this point for us to start pursuing those. So I won't go through them all, but there's a listing of some of them here that we're most excited about. That's a $150 million allocation that we have to pursue those partnerships, inclusive of the energy equity credit, which again, like Christine said, I couldn't say any better than she did, but that's an opportunity to offset the incremental cost of the energy transition to those who need it most, low-income, energy-burdened households in New Jersey. So we're really excited about that. Maybe just a couple quick reflections, and then I'll move on. So Christine mentioned the SAA. I just want to applaud New Jersey for New Jersey's leadership on the state agreement approach when it comes to offshore wind transmission. And I can say personally, for our project, our OREC price in New Jersey to New Jersey ratepayers is much lower on account of the SAA-1 that we are plugging into ultimately in New Jersey. And I can say that because we also bid into New York where there's not an SAA. So there are real benefits to ratepayers through New Jersey's leadership in that space. Tim also just referenced how wild of a ride it's been over the past year or so. And we've reflected as a team a bit on, are all power plants this exciting to build? Was it this exciting to build Hope Creek and Oyster Creek? I don't really know. But this is how it's going to work for a new industry, I guess, in the U.S. here. And we're in it for the long haul as Invenergy and Energy Re, and we're excited to be here. And I can confirm it has been quite exciting. And then finally, just from a durability of this new industry, a lot's happened to improve the durability of offshore wind here. We have the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act at this point. We have the inflation adjustment mechanism that was included as part of the NJ3 solicitation. That's something where, even though we bid fixed prices into our OREC solicitations, it's an opportunity where for factors outside of the control of the developers for global commodities, when those adjust, in the future, our OREC price will adjust based on the movement of those global commodities, and that's something that would have helped some of the contracts that haven't panned out to this point. If they had inflation adjustment mechanisms, I suspect some of those would have moved forward. And then, like I referenced, the SAA is another element to improve the durability of projects here. So I've probably taken too long here, but thanks for your time, and I look forward to the panel discussion. On to Damien. Of course.
Thank you, Wes, and welcome back. Appreciate it. Damien Ben-Noir serves as the managing director for Attentive Energy, which is working both in New York and in New Jersey at this point. Damien?
It's like 3 water bottles here. It's great. It's like a collection. Good morning, everybody. How are you? This clicker still works? Great. So hi, I'm Damien Bednars. I'm the Managing Director for Attentive Energy. I am excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Mark, for organizing us. Thank you to the Sweeney Center, as well as Rowan, for really creating the space for us to have this conversation and really just kind of make sure that we take a step back and realize what we have in front of us and where we're headed. And so it's great to be reminded of the opportunities that we're creating here for the state, openly talking about the challenges, because you got to talk about the hard times and the good times. But all of it is a very, very compelling and really wonderful chapter that New Jersey's written and where we're all moving ahead with it. So I'm very, very proud and also excited to be here. And the team, speaking on their behalf, is very excited at this win and being a part of New Jersey's clean energy future. So I'd like to just run through very quickly on the project. I want to spend some more time doing some of the Q&A and some of the discussion here on the panel. The beauty of the BPU board order is that I can always just say, if I don't feel like talking about the project, read the board order. Go ahead, read the board order. It's got all the details, da-da-da-da. But I promise you we'll provide some actual visual compelling points here as well of who is and what is we do. So just a little background on Attentive Energy. Who are we? So we have 2 sponsors that are building this effort forward. The first speak of is Total Energies. So Total Energies is a global energy company. We're really leading the way on energy transition on multiple points. One in particular, we've been active here in the U.S. since the 50s. We've been active in New Jersey, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, for several decades on doing a lot of economic development. And they have an incredible pipeline of renewables that's going both on offshore wind. There's 4 gigawatts in the pipeline here in the U.S., 16 globally, but also we're the 5th largest renewable developer in the U.S., a lot there on solar. And that's something we're very proud of in terms of our commitment here in the energy transition. Our other partner is Corio. Corio is a pure offshore wind developer based out of London that we've actually worked on with numerous projects around the world, which I'll show you next. But Corio has been doing a lot of offshore wind in the last decade, and a particularly higher focus on how do we actually get some of that background work that they've done with Macquarie Green Investment, so very much also involved with New Jersey's economic development. Just a quick snapshot of that work, right? So Total Energies and Corio, this is just a snapshot of the projects that were in various stages of development across the world. So in Asia Pacific, we have South Korea and Taiwan. In the UK, we have England and Scotland, efforts there. And of course, here in New York and New Jersey, which are basically 2 separate countries of their own, doing work in the Bight. Jersey. So like I said, we've been here for a while, and Total Energies has been committed to a lot of economic development in several areas across the state. Most recently doing a lot of solar development here in South Jersey with Delaware River Authority, as well as our colleagues here at Corio and Macquarie in particular, doing a lot of investments up in the north with terminals and the Goethals Bridge. I promise you, you shouldn't strain all your eyes on this. These slides, I think, will be available at some point. Snapshot. Let's talk about our project for a second. So that's us out there in the Bight. and we are going through the SAA process as well and connecting at Seeger, going up to Larrabee Collector Station, which I'm sure we'll talk about, transmission on this panel as well. Again, we are committed to 1.3 gigawatts here in commitment to the state, looking at a commercial operation date at 2031. And again, just some basic facts there that we'll get into the specifics. I have to mention the other state, apologies, here we go. Attentive Energy 1, also part of the same lease area. We are connecting directly into New York City. This is a commitment to commit 1.4 gigawatts into Ravenswood Generating Station in Queens. This is very exciting because our effort there begins the transition of that natural gas plant in Queens into a renewables hub. We're very proud of this because Ravenswood provides 20% of electricity in New York City alone. And that process of Attentive Energy 1 begins that fossil retirement. And really a lot of legacy effort there that needs to be reduced and removed to create that opportunity for renewables. With that effort there in Attentive Energy 1, committed in the years ahead in our development schedule. Just a quick breakdown. We're really excited for a lot of fronts for this project, but really, after 5 years of direct engagement across the state, it's time to really get to work. Along the way, we've built incredible partnerships. We have really tremendous feedback from multiple community groups of how to do this right. I think we've learned a lot in the years prior. And now that we're at, I guess, to Wes's point, the OREC in hand, it's kind of, we're at the base of the mountain. And now we actually have to start climbing. And so getting to that base of the mountain has been, I think, really exciting. I think it's really reinforced a lot of our values and what we intend to do as a project team and what we want to deliver. So just some kind of key facts about the project. Again, I won't make you all read the board order, but essentially the details here being that we have a strong commitment to not only inject in 1.3 gigawatts, it's over $3 billion of economic activity in the state. It's commitment of $105 million for community and environmental initiatives that I'll talk about a little bit later. It's a commitment to marshal the New Jersey Windport, so don't worry, Mr. Sullivan, we will be using the space for sure. It's a commitment to an anchor order of a tower facility at the New Jersey Windport. And of course, heads up to Lee and the team there at EEW, we'll be working with monopiles in Paulsboro as well. So what I'd like to do is kind of go through some of these areas that we believe are very important and how to lay out our commitments in the state. We really do believe from the very beginning it's been a community-driven effort. And we don't just post that up through random press releases and the like. We've been getting a lot of feedback and making sure that our commitments are directly engaged and we have that support to do this for the long term, right? I think there's another commitment folks have to remember. This is a multi-year, multi-decade partnership. So when you go into work and you set up an actual initiative, you get that agreement in place, these entities, these groups, these ideas, these have been vetted, right? We are in for the long haul. And so you want to make sure you're committed with partners to do that right. But here's a quick snapshot of some of the areas that we're intending to invest in over the course of this project. One area I want to call out in particular, I'm very proud of, I think it's very unique. We've built these community advisory groups in 2 areas with more to follow. The first being in Paulsboro, Salem, and the second being in Elizabeth. 2 very distinct areas that we believe are an opportunity to really understand what the communities are seeing and asking in terms of the offshore wind industry. How can we create more of those access points? What can we do to get more of those organizations and groups in those areas to be informed about the opportunity, get their feedback, and also create that forum so that we can understand what the issues are and actually bring more people into the industry. And that goes for supply chain, it goes for workforce, and it also creates the level of education that we need for a number of our students to create that view as to what this opportunity will be in the years ahead. Made in New Jersey, right? So when we talk about that, we really are strongly looking at how do we actually partner on efforts to make this supply chain localized. We got Peter Connolly here, I've seen with NJMEP in the audience, and it's great to have that partnership. I really think there's a fantastic opportunity to create a statewide effort to really address how we can further increase that ability to make sure that New Jersey businesses are at the front end. What are they doing to prepare themselves at what stage? I think, just to kind of quick aside for a supply chain here in New Jersey, it's an expectations battle, right? How do you identify when to get engaged, at what level, and does your business make sense, and at what point? We have to be, it's on us to explain that. It's on us with our partners to address what those gaps are, when those gaps can be created and addressed, but also how do you actually make that opportunity really streamlined for a number of organizations that have been disadvantaged in the past to participate at a new industry like this. So we're very excited about that partnership, as well as many others, to localize and build this industry here in New Jersey. Workforce. I see IBEW in the crowd, so thanks again for coming out and for your support. In particular, I mean, it's been fantastic just to learn about the skills that are needed in this industry, but also what is available and what's really right here in our backyard in New Jersey. So particular partnerships with the carpenters, as well as the other trades, in particular IBEW 400, to address some of those training gaps, and also how do we get more communities and those to participate in this industry going forward. Other point here, strong commitment to the workforce initiatives as it relates to working to develop a pipeline for protected species observers going forward. I think that's another area that, if we talk about misinformation, disinformation, however you want to call it, there's a lot there to understand of what the gaps are in that space, and what do those individuals do for our activities in the ocean. Let's talk about the state of innovation. This is an area where I'm very, very keen on to think through exactly what is our role as an industry. But why New Jersey, right? I mean, New Jersey, talking Bell Labs, Edison, I mean, a lot of great ideas that came out of this space. What are we doing to further create that state of innovation here in the state? We've partnered with a blue economy startup or incubator for startups focused on how to bring those businesses into New Jersey and cultivate that blue economy with See Ahead. Is working with the community colleges and that network to identify small businesses that can get into this space. We got to develop and nurture that talent, bring in those businesses and incubate those here in the state, and continue having that lead in the Northeast, right? How do we do that? Partnering with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, partnering with others like See Ahead to make sure that those businesses are setting up shop here in the state for the long run. And of course, very important to us is how do we actually address a lot of the impacts and efforts there on biodiversity and conservation. So very exciting programs we have coming up at Rutgers University with the Are You Cool initiative. We've visited the campus in the fall, and it was just incredible to see the level of R&D that's happening on campus there in New Brunswick with the School of Engineering. Really an exciting effort, I think, moving ahead there, and some features there with our initiatives across the state. And then you're all like, well, how are you going to get all this done, and when are you going to get it done? So this is just the general framework here. We can get into more details, but essentially, we're in development mode, right? In the next few years, permitting milestones are so critical. If you have to think of one thing, walk out of this room and say, what is on everyone's mind as a developer? It's the schedule, right? We got to hit permits. It's very basic, right? If we don't hit milestones at the state and federal level, then that is a huge impact to this industry, right? That's what everyone's competing for. That's what we're trying to get. We have a lot of collaboration as it relates to our partners, both at the state level, at the federal level. This is critical, right? And then we're doing this in parallel with the constraints of a supply chain and making sure that we're actually landing those points and having everything come together as a beautiful orchestra for construction. And only then, after operations are underway, are we actually contributing clean electrons into the grid. But along this way, it's a path. It is not just a starting gun and a dart for a 100-meter dash, right? This is a marathon, and it starts. And so we're very excited to be a part of New Jersey to make that a real opportunity and make it reality. Thank you all.
Terrence Kelly is the head of external affairs for Atlantic Shores, which was the winning bidder on in the second round. And everybody's asking about a schedule. We've heard 31, and everybody's interested in what Atlantic Shore's number is. I'd play the lottery later. So, after you, Terrence. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's see if it comes up. Next. Great. So I can't really see. Let me pull out. Good morning, everyone. So I will not move forward here. My name is Terrence Kelly, and I head up the external affairs team at Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind. So Atlantic Shores is a 50-50 joint venture between Shell, New Energies. I don't know why it's continuing to move forward, but I will. We're a 50-50 joint venture between Shell New Energies in the United States and EDF Renewables North America. So both Shell and EDF bring decades of development, energy experience, both offshore and onshore, to the project. Is there anywhere to stop this from moving forward? If not, I'm just going to vamp, and we're going to figure it out. So the reason why I don't mean to be so trite here, but we have 3 lease areas. The long and short of our pitch is we have 3 lease areas averaging over 400 that combine for over 400 square miles of active development off the coast of New Jersey and New York in our target markets. We were selected in 2021 as part of the New Jersey 2 we were selected to provide over 1,500 megawatts of offshore renewable power to New Jersey, and we're thrilled. Invenergy and Leading Light had made us we have to change all our collateral because we had largest awarded project on most of it for a very long time, so thank you, Wes, for all the homework to walk through our PowerPoints. But no, we've been active in the state for a very long time. We were organized in 2018 to assume lease areas. We were excited. While we were not a winner in the most recent round, we are thrilled to continue to actively develop and pursue offtake opportunities, both in coming rounds as well. But I think it's just really important to see. We have nearly 6,000 megawatts of total resource capacity across those 3 lease areas you see on the screen here. And I think it's really important to recognize that what that represents in real life is millions of households being able to convert to safe, reliable, renewable power over in this energy transition. And I think from an Atlantic Shores perspective, it certainly is important to notice, bless you, that we have 4 core values, and really comes down to be safe, first among equals, be a good neighbor, be a good steward of your environment, and lead with science. And I think that everything that we're doing right now is predicated on living up to those values and generating trust with stakeholders across the state, and just a little bit different in terms of our approach, because as mentioned, the SAA approach in terms of transmission planning and having instead of radial approaches where people sort of design projects to just get to shore where they can, the agreement approach to sort of organize and coordinate better is a wonderful transition. And while our first awarded project happened prior to that, we, as you can see in the shaded area above, will be making landfall in Atlantic City, and we'll be traveling up through Atlantic County to the Cardiff substation for our point of interconnection with Atlantic City Electric. So I can go to the next slide here. And so just a little bit about us, as we love words, right? Engineers love putting a lot of words on paper. So, we'll stop here after just walking through. But, our project one is $2 billion in local economic activity. It's $850 million in guaranteed investment in the state. We're required by the OREC. We have penalties to pay against that if we don't succeed. It means across the southern lease area, we're talking about 4 million tons in annual greenhouse gas reductions, over 750,000 cars off the road, 200 million in public health benefits. These are huge numbers that, from a salient perspective, we're also contributing in local economies, 150 in Atlantic City. We're creating real jobs. We're creating real FTEs, both direct, indirect, and induced jobs across the entire ecosystem and the clean energy economy. Very similar to what the award. I'm so thrilled to see the project sort of the roadshow of the new awarded projects, because there's just such an exceptional amount of valuable programming and anticipating opportunities and taking advantage of this moment to secure New Jersey's place as the leader or an anchor of the clean energy economy in the United States. So it's really thrilling to see all the stuff that you guys have had, in your award, because a lot of this stuff is very similar. It feels like next generation on what we've come to do, which is, we've $50 million in community programs and strategic partnerships, like the RMI with the Research and Monitoring Initiative through the state, through the Wind Institute, through Are You Cool, the Eco Center, the Eco Complex, Wind Ignite, Offshore Wind Accelerator at Rutgers has been a wonderful partner of ours. And just continuing to build and to deliver on the promises of the Aura commitment, but also as a responsible developer, has been really one of the biggest rewards of this job and of this experience so far. The journey is, we're far from done. We have a lot of work to do in terms of delivering our projects, but there's really is, as Damien mentioned, there is a lot of momentum, and this is quite of a breakthrough year for offshore wind. Our projects are looking to, we're targeting federal approval of our permits by the end of the year, our state permits as well. We're making progress, putting one foot in front of the other to continue to mature and to progress these things where we can, and to make sure that we're responsibly addressing the local communities and working with them to make sure that these are not just responsibly driven from a design perspective, but that we're really making sure that we're going hand in glove with host communities through benefits agreements, through programming, through strategic partnerships that create jobs and sort of serve as the foundation for long-term prosperity in the state. So, with that, I think I can stop and we can turn it over to Q&A, but I'm certainly looking forward to the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Terrence. I'd like to start out. With a couple of questions. The Board of Public Utilities award to leading light into attentive energy calls for the companies that work with New Jersey and with Atlantic Shores, which was already on as a partner in turning around the American Offshore's structures monopile plant in Paulsboro, and getting that underway, and like also figuring out a way to construct a tower manufacturing facility out of the New Jersey Windport. I was wondering if, from two standpoints and questions for all of you. How do you see this working? Is this a case where they would be expecting you becoming investment partners, or simply to commit to the orders coming up? And at what how soon does a full monopile facility need to be operational for you to be able to guarantee to use it in your construction? And the same thing with a tower manufacturing plant. Is this something that the tower manufacturing plant has to be done by 2030? Does it have to be done by 2029? How does that work? How is that? It's in the agreement, but there's been very little sketched out publicly. And you're allowed to say it's still being sketched out. Go ahead.
No, it's a great question. As mentioned earlier, Atlantic Shores also has a reservation agreement for EEW as well, and so it's a work in progress. And I think that through the challenges and some of the adversity of the last year on the macroeconomic side, we've been very fortunate to remain active in the space. Right, we are still standing. As Tim Sullivan from the EDA mentioned, others are not. And so I think what we've done is we've proceeded with caution and with a durable and prudent sort of approach to continuing to progress our projects responsibly, so that we can serve as the foundation for the next phases of both EEW and the Windport. we're EEW's first customer, hopefully. You know, we see ourselves as a customer, so we certainly want to respect the business operations at Paulsboro. But the same goes, we hope to be the first anchor tenant of the Windport, and that's something that we're really excited about, because having both spaces function for the long term in terms of growing the offshore wind industry is essential, both for New Jersey and regionally, because you don't really get you get one shot to really develop and put forward something like the Windport with its value proposition to really I don't know, probably second to none in terms of its ability to operate. So I think we see ourselves as coming, we have to move forward. We have to continue to pursue things, and we look forward to being sort of the base case that allows Leading Light and allows Attentive to move forward.
I can go. Maybe hearkening back to what Damien said, well, there are some details in the order that we will follow through on, which is great. So I can speak to that, and I can also say there absolutely is no script as to how to do this. It's a new industry, and there's nothing required of how to do it. But at the same time, as maybe was referenced earlier, the role of a developer at this stage is really all about risk management. For mega projects such as these, there are a number of work phases, and ultimately they all need to come together in some coordinated fashion. And the supply chain is really one of the trickiest of those to ultimately enable in line with the project schedule. And EEW AOS is a great example of that. Totally agree with, well, it's actually just great to hear Terrence's perspective on that, because we completely agree, and I suspect Damien would say the same. We all want Atlantic Shores to be the first customer at EEW. And us, as part of the NJ3 awards, we see ourselves as the second and third customers, or maybe even concurrent customers, 2A and 2B, out of EEW. I'm not afraid to say Ørsted, I guess, but Ørsted played a big role in getting EEW to where it is at this point. But with Ørsted taking the decision to cease development of their projects and largely exit the state, it's really put some question marks into the near-term future of EEW. But I don't think anyone in this room would doubt the relevance and the importance of EEW for offshore wind in the U.S. here moving forward. Whether that's in line with the local spend commitments that we all have, that, like Terrence correctly said, if we don't meet those spend commitments in New Jersey, we pay back to the ratepayers. And then likewise, foundations out of EEW are a major enabler for federal tax credits, which ultimately benefit the New Jersey ratepayers as well. So sure, there's some uncertainties at this point, and some significant investments that still need to be made when it comes to enabling that factory. It's right up there at the top of our priorities to ensure that ultimately that facility is built in line with our project needs. And I use that as an example, but really I can say much of the same when it comes to New Jersey Windport as well. Over to you, Damien, if you want to add anything.
Thanks, Wes. I would agree with my colleagues here about everything they said about the commitment to EEW and the need, as well as the Windport. I mean, as we look at uncertainty, as we kind of just make sure that we try to map it out and have all the schedules in line, all the commitments move forward, think about, we live this and breathe it every single day. And then you want to set expectations and get that level of understanding for communities that are tied to these areas, right? And so thinking of Paulsboro, thinking of Salem, I mean, that is, their backyard. And they have a lot of uncertainty, right? What does this mean for my job? Am I going to have a job? Should I tell my kids who are in middle school now that this is a potential job? It's up to us to create that level of understanding and education of what's there, and also a better ability to hear from the community say, hey, this isn't working, or hey, I never heard about this, or I have a small business and I'm nowhere even near a conversation about becoming a part of the supply chain. That's just as important to do now as we move forward, right? And that's an area where I know we're going to collaborate on, because that benefits everybody. Benefits the industry, benefits the state, and the communities that we're going to actually setting up shop in. I remember that point that Tim raised about 2020 and that commitment that was made in New Jersey Windport. I mean, that was a really big deal, and it's not to be lost on. I mean, that was New Jersey really setting a marker in the Northeast to say, you know what, we're going to build it and they're going to come. And I think they're going to pay significant amount of investment into that role to actually get that going, and it's going to play serious dividends down the road. And that's the leadership of the state, and that's where we are today.
From a supply chain standpoint, what parts do you think that you can source in the United States? I mean, obviously, we're now talking about towers and monopiles. New York is putting money into a nacelle factory, I believe, and turbine blades up in Albany and the port of Coymans. Are there major parts that you do not be able to anticipate sourcing in the United States that are just not being that are not in anybody's current plans from a different state's standpoint at this point?
I'm really happy to let Damien talk about nacelles and blades from New York, so I'll leave that to you. But when it comes to our plans in New Jersey, we are very excited to source towers, like you referenced, Mark, hopefully from the Windport, and then likewise foundations, monopiles, and if they're TP-less monopiles, that means that the transition pieces are built with the monopiles, so that's another critical component of the, which really means that the entire giant pipe from the seabed all the way up to the nacelle is built in New Jersey, which is quite exciting. These are big projects, and this is not an industry at scale yet at this time, and various countries around the world have their own respective expertises, and when it comes to other components of a wind farm, for instance, for us awardees in NJ3, we are HVDC projects. That means the power is converted from AC to DC out in the lease. It's transmitted because of the distances via direct current, HVDC, and then converted back to AC because the grid operates in AC onshore. Those HVDC converter stations, we don't really have the cost structure, we don't have the expertise to fabricate and build those here in the US. They typically tend to come from Southeast Asia and other locations globally. So that's one component that realistically at this stage, we don't plan to source from the US. And that's okay, But as an example, Ørsted did source an offshore substation, at least not a converter station, but electrical substation for one of their other projects from the U.S. And really, it's this doesn't happen overnight in terms of building a new industry. So we take incremental steps to get there, and that very much applies to supply chain enablement. And that's why we've all been through these different initiatives that we have as partnerships with local communities and with supply chain initiatives. It's to grow the capabilities of the economy here in the U.S. in support of this industry. And ultimately, that makes it all more efficient and a lower cost, ultimately, to the ratepayers.
So I'll say this. If I have to give full credit to the Murphy administration for setting the goals and getting things going on New Jersey Windport, then I have to give equal credit to the Biden administration. Really setting in motion a lot of pull factor with the tax credits, right? The production tax credit, ITCs, all this work that was done through the Inflation Reduction Act. The goal is to onshore this industry, right? How do we create more of that manufacturing capacity here at home so we're not reliant on overseas markets? To their full credit, I believe they've created that pull factor. It is now up to industry, individual companies, and every other component and piece in between that needs to either realize that opportunity and make their economic decision to put that here in the U.S. And I believe that pull factor is here. And so full credit to the administration for doing that, because that is the point, right? We want to make sure that this is a U.S. industry. We want to make sure this is an American backyard that's serving these projects. And all that takes time, right? And so the question now is, how does that align with schedules, and how do we actually make sure that that actually creates an opportunity to build what we have committed to on time and under budget?
To build on that, I think that we talk about national security, we talk about energy security, and I think that it's, growing the domestic supply chain, you have to sort of confront the realities that, PJM will say it, that we become resource restricted by the end of this decade. In New York, it's even more restricted. Brooklyn and Queens will be in trouble by 2027, 28. We're looking at an opportunity to, at scale, deliver payloads of power that can genuinely, underwrite the prosperity of the state for decades to come. We're talking generations of people who will benefit from the contributions of these projects. And then, you see it trickles down. So every time you see, an announcement about AI or quantum computing, we talked about this being the innovation state. Those require enormous amounts of power to, not just provide the baseload, but to electrify and to move to the energy transition. So I think it is a work in progress, and the guidance from Treasury, the guidance from the states, the leadership in both the state and federal level to contribute to that sort of certainty in the market and allow, a regulatory landscape that's favorable to onshore means the world to us, for sure.
I just want to a quick question for Damien. You received awards from New York and New Jersey 3 months apart, I think, or 3 or 4 months apart, pretty close. Are you essentially building 2 separate adjacent wind farms? Are you going to be able to transfer back and forth between? I understand you're going to be transmitting through two separate lines, but how do you conceive the project? Is it a sequence? Is it a simultaneous? Is it overlapping?
That's a great question. I mean, so from where we sit in that lease area, those are 2 distinct companies.
Okay.
So Attentive Energy 1, fully dedicated in that lease portion, that area of the lease area is fully committed to New York.
Okay.
And New Jersey's solicitation got that, and that OREC is fully committed to New Jersey. There are benefits to economies of scale. There are synergies from lessons learned and what we achieve. Economic benefits that definitely don't stop at one lease area piece versus another. I'm talking about roles within fishing and biodiversity work that we're going to be doing out there. So there's a lot that we can learn and do that can kind of overall streamline areas. But as it relates to power commitments, as it relates to schedules, those are 2 distinct companies.
Okay. The one final question that I'm going to open up out of the audience. We're probably looking at maybe a half dozen offshore wind projects going simultaneously over the next, in addition to your 3, we have a couple up in Massachusetts, we have 4 in New York, we have Dominion Energy in Virginia. I'm not sure where Maryland is at this point, but again, New Jersey's always had, New Jersey, like other states, have shortages of technical skilled workers as it is. A McKinsey report several years ago, in fact, cited the shortage of technical skilled workers in New Jersey as one of the 4 major economic barriers to a growth here. Where do you anticipate getting the workforce for the installation, for actually building the wind farms? Apart from the manufacturing side or the wind port, is this and how far out do you need to develop that workforce? Are we looking at bringing up offshore oil rig workers, or from a skill standpoint, or how that seems to be an area that could hold up projects if it's not addressed.
I'm happy to start. So the offshore component of the construction, I guess, is really what you're asking about.
Yeah.
So a couple key pieces there. I mean, one, we haven't talked about the Jones Act yet. I mean, the Jones Act is specific to the vessels, of course, but ultimately the vessels that install, or the installation methodology has to be Jones Act compliant, and that means that the vessels that transport the equipment between U.S. ports, and once a wind farm has started construction, now even though it's out in the ocean, it's considered a U.S. port. So therefore, Jones Act compliant vessels need to be supplying or transporting the equipment, and this isn't directly answering your question, but that is a significant concern for offshore wind developers. How are we going to ensure that ultimately we can install the components? So just like the rest of the developers, we look at a range of alternatives. Ørsted is in the process of enabling the build out of a proper heavy lift vessel that is fully Jones Act compliant here in the U.S. that they'll use for some of their projects. There are feedering solutions which have Jones Act compliant barges that bring the components between the marshalling yard, for instance, New Jersey Windport, and the wind farm site, and ultimately are installed by foreign-built vessels. And then there will likely be purpose-built solutions that ultimately are also enabled by, underpinned by these large projects. And those have lead time considerations because they're not built yet. So there's a lot that goes into the planning when it comes to the installation and the vessel side. When it comes to the workforce, I mean, we've talked about a number of workforce development initiatives. We've also talked about union partnerships. So really that's what it's about, is just bringing this industry to scale at the end of the day, day by day and bit by bit and investment by investment. And it takes, it's a sort of a circular process, but projects enable the next projects, and each project that is built makes the next set of projects that much more efficient and that much safer because the know-how is increasing and the regulatory system is improving. We, as offshore wind developers, ultimately will really be operating in the same regulatory environment that oil and gas operates here in the U.S. between BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and BSEE, which is really the safety enforcement agency. And those agencies are just not as familiar with offshore wind at this time. As we grow this industry, they become more competent as well, and ultimately that all feeds into a more competent and a more efficient workforce at the end of the day.
Maybe I'll just add on top of what Wes just mentioned regarding workforce kind of commitments and trainings that are already kind of in place, or the goal of getting them mobilized. There is power being produced right now at Vineyard Offshore. Vineyard in Massachusetts, you have South Fork in New York. So there's already a lot of exchanges about best practices and what's going on and what the commitments were and who was doing the work and who got the commitment from the work. I'm confident we'll have the workforce that we need. And I'm confident that the trainings that we are committed to developing today have enough lead time to get to where we need in the years ahead and the phase that we're supposed to be at by the end of this decade.
To build on that, so moving forward, we have, we're excited because we have, similarly, we have MOUs, and we are excited to kick off a project labor agreement negotiation with our participating labor unions. And to expand on that, I think that the quality of the workforce is something that has to expands beyond the technical. You touched on BSEE, BOEM, and sort of this knowledge capture, or of being able to sort of, this is a live environment, and like these things, we're grateful that we have leadership at both, at the BPU and at the EDA and at the DEP and at these are people willing to take on the risk of not really understanding where we're adjusting in real life, in real time. And so I think from a permitting perspective and from a project security and sort of project delivery perspective, I think it's incumbent that we build this institutional knowledge across the regulatory environment as well, and that we capture best practices, and that we train our workforce both to construct and operate, but also to design and implement from a regulatory perspective. there's an enormous lift on the state, through these state agreement approaches, through the OREC, and through sort of the state, sort of the state-based competitive solicitations. So I think we need to do everything in our power to contribute to investing the time and resources into making sure that the people evaluating these projects preserve the integrity of the agencies that they represent, but also are able to move forward in a way that unlocks and enables responsible development. Because this is the time to get that right.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to open up for questions. Ari has the mic, and we have someone in the first row there, second row.
I want to say thank you very much, everyone. You did a fantastic job as always. My background is air quality and public engagement, environmental justice work, so I'm going to ask a question that touches on all of those. Most developers only highlight the carbon dioxide savings instead of digging into co-pollutants, particulate matter, and associated health benefits of those. I'm happy we're paused here, actually, because Terrence highlighted the fact that they're doing 200 million in health benefits. Why not also lean into that? I know it's a smaller number than the carbon dioxide, but might have bigger impact locally.
Well, thank you, Chris. I think that it's a good call out, right? I think that we work with the numbers we're given, and we want to make sure that they're provable and that they can be backed up by science. And I think that that's not just the leaning into core values as a security blanket. I think that the genuine answer is over time we will get more and better information on how these projects are not just decarbonizing, but are contributing to better overall public health and quality of life outcomes for everyone. I don't think that the science is there yet. I think that there's an enormous amount of opportunity to study the projects in the first rounds that are going into operation soon to make sure that the base cases of these numbers are true. And we're excited because I think one of the things I'm most proud of the idea is in Atlantic Shores Project 1 pays back its carbon in less than a year of operation. And that's an enormous net benefit to society to know that we are able to sort of responsibly develop this new resource that not just provides energy security, but does so at an enormous sort of societal benefit that helps to provide for better and accelerate transition. So I think that there's more to come. I think that also the regional is it the RWSC, the regional science. So basically, the science plan for offshore wind and the idea that agencies and contributing ENGOs and academic and research institutions are putting their heads together to make sure that we are covering and we're answering questions across the not just what's readily available through permitting data. I think it's that there's a lot more to come and a lot of exciting opportunities in the future.
Questions over there? Ari in back of you? Okay, or start over there, then come back.
Sorry. Yeah, your last topic, you touched on the workforce development. And one of the things I keep asking is the DOD, since the Vietnam War, has trained rotary wing mechanics and maintenance personnel to take care of things. Can anybody address what you're doing to attract the multitude of veterans that are already trained?
I'll say that there's actually quite a bit of information and marketing and outreach that happens within the trades, in particular as it relates to veterans and coming into the workforce. So I give a lot of credit to the unions in particular in doing that effort. I would say not only on veterans in terms of the workforce, but veteran-owned businesses, right? That's another area that requires a lot of outreach at this stage to say, where do you fit into this process and when? And what skill sets do you have and what areas do you provide to the supply chain so that we do localize it? So I would say the outreach is there. I would say there's also probably more that needs to be done in terms of greater integrated outreach as it relates to state agencies so that we are aware of what communities and organizations we are reaching out to. For one, even just getting feedback from veterans in particular. We had an outreach session at the local VFW in Paulsboro. just to get an understanding of, what is the concept of offshore wind, what is the opportunity, and getting that feedback from those communities. But as it relates to workforce, I have to give credit to unions in particular that are doing that level of outreach. There's a lot of disciplines within the veteran community that I think has a lot of transferable efforts when it relates to offshore wind development. And second, I think, is address how to do veteran-owned businesses in particular. That needs to be more reviewed and actually further, I think, engaged in this state in particular.
I would just briefly add, where my head goes immediately is not a project-specific answer, but rather Invenergy-wide. Invenergy has which again, Invenergy is the lead developer for Leading Light Wind. We have a substantial veteran recruiting program. I don't know where the numbers are now, but the veterans that we bring in to Invenergy as a corporation typically hover around 10% of the workforce is our veterans, and we're quite proud of that. And we look forward, to leveraging that talent on this project as well.
Ed?
Hey, good morning. My questions are regarding, first off, the tax credits. I'm not sure I should read the order. Who gets the benefit of the tax credits under these new BPU orders? Second off, the developer that we're not naming seems to have collapsed under the weight of its investments, its supply chain investments, as well as local opposition. And I'm wondering what steps you're taking to avoid those pitfalls.
I'm a big geek when it comes to OREC pricing, so maybe I can start there as to, and I'll try to keep it at a summary level. But so ultimately, we as developers bidding into these state solicitations, we price the federal tax credits into the OREC price ultimately that's awarded, and we choose how to leverage those federal tax credits. In this day and age, that's all through the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. And there's mechanisms to pursue really up to realistically a 50% investment tax credit. But then the question becomes, is it realistic that that these projects at the state of the industry's development will realistically be able to qualify for the requirements under the IRA? And at the most summary level, the three main components are prevailing wage and apprenticeships are a qualifier for 30% ITC credit. Domestic content, which has a myriad of requirements under that, that's a 10% bonus. And then energy communities, if certain elements of the offshore wind farm are located onshore, of course, in energy communities, that's an additional 10% bonus. And ultimately, the developers choose how to price, and there are real material benefits on the price as to the reductions to the local ratepayers. And ultimately, it's absolutely the ratepayers that benefit, the local ratepayers that benefit from those federal tax credits. Maybe I'll stop there and we can continue.
Maybe I'll just make your point about opposition, right? I want to say that being engaged with communities early and often, and to hear where they're coming from, and understanding what their needs are, but also talking about what we can do together, and being transparent in that process. I think that's very important. I think it embodies, all the values of the projects that you see here on stage today, is that there is a need for early and often engagement. I would say that there's an increased need to get ahead of it, right? How do we actually engage communities and address what their concerns are early, but also meet them where they are? And so I think that's a lot of work that all of us will be doing over the years ahead. But it's not just us, right? I mean, all the answers are not just living up here. It takes a lot of coordination and work with stakeholders across the state. And there's a massive amount of benefits to this industry. And it's up to everyone who wants to achieve those same opportunities to be that unified voice of what we're trying to achieve.
And then I just add one final thing. So recent polling from Turn Forward and Climate Nexus show that a significant majority of coastal communities up and down in the eastern United States support offshore wind development. that has not changed. It's had some sort of, flare-ups of, and sort of some fluctuations in the last couple of years, but the goal is to remind people that there's broad bipartisan public support for offshore wind, regardless of where that voice is coming from. Ørsted made business decisions, and those business decisions are, of their choice. From Atlantic Shore's perspective, we completely agree with the idea that we have to do more to engage with community. We've been, we've performed a lot of field canvassing. We've done a lot of engagements. We've done anything we can to continue to keep the conversation going. Because another part of this, and is really, I think it's important to remember, is that we are not the center of the universe. And a lot of people just don't simply care about offshore wind unless it's on their light bill, unless it's a bill to pay, unless it's going to keep their kids fed. Like, these are things that we need to remember, that we need to bang the drum on the value proposition every single day. Why is it important? Why are you selling this to me? And why is it going to contribute to the quality of life of my family and, and my future? And I think that's super important to just remind with that this is a constant conversation that has to be engaged with by everyone.
Something else I'll just briefly add. So many of us in the room, we probably have friends that worked for Ørsted here in New Jersey, and my general view on anyone that I worked with at Ørsted, they were well-intentioned, just good people that were trying to do the right thing for New Jersey. I think the issue sometimes with Ørsted was their actual decision makers just were disconnected from the project and ultimately the interests of New Jersey. And what I've seen, because I used to work for Atlantic Shores, and what I know about Attentive, that the folks on the ground are empowered to make decisions in line with their direct engagement with New Jersey. And then furthermore, leadership, and I could speak for Invenergy certainly. I mean, Invenergy daily is directly and passionately involved in the project from Chicago, and they care about the success of the project and of New Jersey, because that's how Invenergy operates here in the U.S. They're knowledgeable about engaging directly with the local stakeholders for the benefit of the project.
Okay. I saw one more, two more we'll take, and then we'll take a break. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Terrence, thanks for bringing up the public approval and the poll data. I think that may be true up and down the coast in different regions where you check, but public support here in New Jersey has significantly declined for support of offshore wind. And I mean, that's true in the Monmouth polls. And I think one of the main, I mean, you had the whale deaths and a lot of the environmental concerns, but I think when you layer on the cost issue, public support really craters in any poll you look at. So you touched on it a little bit. I appreciate that, but the new contracts are, significantly more cost prohibitive for the general consumer in the state. And I want to know how, to regain that public support. How do you guys go about that with the new projects and with the Atlantic Shores project? Atlantic Shores 1 at least. Where is it? Like, can it be built under the current contract?
First, Terrence? Okay, thank you.
So we think deeply about the value proposition to the ratepayers, and just like many other things, the costs are right there in the order. And I'd say there's been more questions about our project, about is the price high enough for it to be deliverable, ultimately. And we've built a lot of projects as Invenergy, and we are very confident in the pricing basis that that we used to underpin the economics for the project. But at the same time, it is incrementally more expensive than prevailing markets here in the U.S. But like we've been talking about, it's a new industry here. It's not simply building wind turbines out in the ocean, but it's the export cable to bring it to land. It's the entire supply chain that we're localizing. Those costs are all in the OREC. So this is part of the process to ultimately make offshore wind cheaper here than, or at least cost parity with prevailing markets. And you look at Europe, that is the case at this point. I typically think of Europe as being 10 to 15 years ahead of where we are in the US, and there's, of course, different challenges that we'll deal with here. But ultimately, contracts that are being awarded in Europe, they don't have subsidies at this point, you know. So, and that's because they have the supply chain at this point. They have the regulatory systems in place that allow for efficient build out. And I will also say, I totally agree with you that I don't think the cost issue is really well appreciated at this point, because people don't see it on their electric bills at this point. Because back to the other question, no one's paying for this yet other than the developers. Just like Ørsted, there were questions about, like, you know, how much did Ørsted, you know, how much taxpayer money did they waste? They didn't waste any. That was all their money. They wasted Danish taxpayer money, since they're owned by the Danish government. But when these wind farms are operating in the future, there will be incremental cost, at least for these first contracts. But this is part of the process to ultimately bring this industry to scale. And we can talk about NJ4, which is coming soon. NJ5 is going to, you know, come shortly after that. The expectation, my strong expectation, is those projects are only going to be, the OREC prices will be lower for those. Ultimately, every solicitation that happens in the future is going to further drive down OREC costs for the benefit of ratepayers, ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd say we have we certainly have to look at something quick about when you call. I think that siting and affordability are the two key drivers of any conversation when it comes to energy development. I think that the cost of inaction that President Sadovi mentioned is significant, and it's not just from a climate perspective, which I truly, you know, as a father of a 3-year-old, think about a lot. Is it's more from an energy security perspective too. Every time that there's a rate case passed by an electric company, it goes up 5%. Why, right? And there's always grid modernization investments. There's reasons, right? But people grunt, they bear it, they continue, and no one seems to blink. Or that nuclear subsidies, you know, continue to go at $300 million a year, and no one blinks. And even if you pass it to the federal government to shoulder it, but the goal is, you know, there are no more pipes and wires coming into this state. And I don't know how clear we need to get to say we are out of time. So if you want rolling brownouts, then sure, let's have conversations about what the incremental cost increases. But like, we genuinely need answers, both at the federal and the state level, to address the concerns, because none of this can be shouldered entirely by ratepayers. We agree, 100%. But the cost of inaction is significant, it's serious, and it's confronting us now, so we need to take action.
One last one, and then that's it. And then we'll take a break. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Harleen Oberoi from EEW. So first, thank you, all three of you. I'm so glad I came to get a little positive outlook, because we have taken a big hit. When the decision came on October 31st, that place was buzzing, we were hiring, and we have come to pretty much a standstill right now. So I'm glad I came to see the positive outlook, and I can't stress the importance of all the support we need to build out our phase 2 and complete and support all the 3 projects. 2 questions. One is for Wes. You talked about Ways of Wind. If you could give me a little bit more information on that. It's a training program. And secondly, for Terrence, New Jersey 2, could you comment on the schedule? Because AOS needs to survive for next 2 to 3 years until we start your production. So if you could give me a little bit of a timeline on New Jersey 2 and Ways of Wind training program.
Yeah, so we have a number of partnerships, like I said, that we included with our NJ3 bid. That's one of many of them. It's a $1.7 million commitment to stand up training programs for small minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses. Ultimately, and we could talk details after this, basically, but ultimately that is going to be tooling them up with the skills necessary for them, both from an awareness standpoint as well as a capability standpoint of their companies to actually participate in, you know, maybe for pre-qualification, for instance, you know, as sub-suppliers. You know, UEW work with multiple layers down of suppliers, some of whom really might not even be aware that they're supplying offshore wind projects ultimately. But these companies, there's processes for these mega projects where they need to be able to qualify on preferred supplier lists or qualified lists. And they need the awareness and the skills to do that efficiently. And some of these small companies just aren't capable to do that. So it's really just a program to help them do that, with a lot of details still to be worked out since we're at early days at this point. I'd be happy to talk about it in more detail with you offline.
Terrence?
Yeah, in terms of schedule for Atlantic Shores Project 1, we've got, as mentioned, we're on our permitting journey, and we expect to hit some significant milestones throughout the course of this year. So I think, to Damien's earlier point, no permits, no projects. Really, it has to be the core and it has to be the essence of how we sort of describe progress and celebrate those milestones. So I think, we get through permitting, we get through to final investment decisions, and then we proceed to construction. So all in, the schedule has not changed significantly. We still remain intact to start construction as fast as humanly possible once we reach final investment decision. If we're able to, achieve permits by the end of this year, we're still looking at the same go-forward plan that we've put forward for years with EEW, which is to get it to first power by 27, 28. So the goal is to stay close. And I think just the parting message here is that we have to go first, right? And it has to happen now, because to enjoy the abundant benefits of offshore wind, you need a first mover. It was Ørsted, now it's Atlantic Shores. Now is the time to invest, to remind people that these are enormous opportunities to unlock a supply chain that, unless we want to sit here next year, we will be here next year talking about the same things, talking about the same timelines, and then we're just going to punt out a year and ahead. We need to act now. We need political champions to act now and recognize that the value proposition is true, the cost of inaction is enormous, and that the societal benefits are worth fighting for.
Damien?
One question, one point of feedback. Question to the room. How many people have actually been to the EEW facility? All right, so at least half the room. It's incredibly impressive. You drive around that facility, you see these things at scale, it makes your mind completely wander of what's possible. Human beings did that. And so my piece of feedback is, it's also critical to continue that conversation with the community and increase the amount of stakeholders to see this. I think the more people in the next 6 months, 10 months, whatever it's going to be, to actually find the opportunity to see the supply chain, see the actual production, see the actual facilities and the scale of these things, as well as the opportunities that are being built and producing power right now off of Long Island and off of Massachusetts. If you get that opportunity, take it. Trust me, it inspires you and it makes you want to work even harder.
I'd like to thank our panel, and we're going to take a 10-minute break for our virtual audience. To be aware, we'll be back with our next panel at 11:25 start. Thank you. Thank you very much. Val, get the mic guys in back, the sound guys. Okay. Yeah? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have the sound guys. Hello? Okay, I got it. We're about to start. If everyone would have a seat, please. Thank you very much. We're going to start in 1 minute. I'm sorry. You got it. How am I doing? All right. Thank you. Thank you. We're about to start. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back. We're about to start our second panel, which really looks at offshore wind development up and down the Atlantic seaboard, and how New Jersey fits into the regional fits into a regional offshore wind development. We're pleased to have with us a distinguished panel, Dan Kent from Vineyard Winds. Vineyard Wind is the first in industrial scale offshore wind development that's actually supplying power in the United States. We have Ann Reynolds, who's the Vice President of the American Clean Power Association. We have Dan Fatton from the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, who handles the offshore wind portfolio. And we have Pauline O'Connor, who is the Executive Director of the newly formed New Jersey Offshore Wind Alliance, and was present at the creation with Governor Murphy of New Jersey's offshore wind program in 2018. I'd like to open it up with Dan Kent, who serves as the Labor Relations Manager for Vineyard Winds. Dan? Thank you.
Thank you. So my name's Dan Kent. I'm the Labor Relations Manager on Vineyard Wind 1. For Vineyard Offshore, I'm also focused on labor, U.S. supply chain, marine operations. But for today, I'll be mostly talking about Vineyard Wind 1. So, obligatory slide here. Vineyard Wind 1 is an 800 megawatt project, 62 turbines, 13 megawatts each. So that technically comes out to 806 megawatts. But 15 miles south of Martha's Vineyard, and we're in a 1 by 1 square nautical mile grid. Like that? Cool. Thank you. I don't have a lot of words on my slides. I figured you guys just wanted pretty pictures. So, Vineyard 1 is launching out of our marshaling port, which is the New Bedford Marine Commerce Terminal in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Here we got a site picture. If there's one thing that stands out, it's that space is limited. The site itself can fit about 16 full turbines worth of components. In this picture, you can clearly see the tower sections on the bottom. They come in 3 sections. They're all about 130 to 170 foot long, a couple hundred tons each. But in port, they connect T1, T2. Those are the bottom 2 sections. So those taller parts on the right. And then that's loaded onto a barge along with the top section, 3 blades in a rack and in a cell. And it's all assembled offshore. So as mentioned earlier, we use the feedering barge solution to the Jones Act dilemma. That's what it looks like all put together. One of the factors about New Bedford is we have a hurricane barrier set up to protect the port, obviously. These barges are 400 long by 100 foot wide. The mouth of the hurricane barrier is 150 feet, so it's very tight. When we're coming out of the marshalling harbor to the turning basin to make ready to exit the harbor, it takes one tug pulling up front, one behind pushing, and then there's a third on the hip helping it turn. Actually transiting the barrier, we can only fit two. It can only be done in a slack tide. It can only be done in extremely nice weather. And the New Bedford Port Authority kind of sounds the alarm and lets everyone know you have 20 minutes to get through the barrier or else you're going to get stuck behind this. Offshore, we have assets in the water right now. We're producing energy right now. The turbine on the left, that's AT40. That's the baby. That's number one to get installed, number one to produce power. We use EEW monopiles, so they build a good product. Yeah, yellow bit is obviously the TP. Our turbine components are from GE. It's the Halliday X, 13 megawatt turbine. Our installation vessels are from DEMI. On the right, I was hoping you'd be able to tell the scale a little bit better, but that is our ESP, our offshore substation. That's by Blatt and Semco Maritime. And the one behind it, that should be the Orion from DEMI. That's all I've got for slides.
I'll get to some more questions later. Anna Reynolds is Vice President for Offshore Wind for the American Clean Power Association. She's going to talk about offshore wind development from Maine to Virginia.
Thank you. Okay, if I do it from here so I can see the slide. So, hello everyone. Again, my name's Ann. I'm with the American Clean Power Association. And just in case you're not familiar with us, we're the national trade association that represents clean energy businesses, not just offshore wind, but also land-based wind, solar, storage, did I forget anything? Energy transmission as well. I have been at the American Clean Power Association for all of 3 weeks. So forgive me if I don't know the answer to some of the questions, but my job here today is just for a few minutes to give a review of offshore wind activity outside of New Jersey. So you can go, oh, I can go. So just a picture of where we stand in comparison to the rest of the world. I think it's pretty clear that we're lagging behind. There's 64 gigawatts of global installations of offshore wind around the world. You can see there that China is by far in the lead. Europe has a total of 30,000 megawatts installed as well. And then at the very end, you see the USA just making the charts finally with some offshore wind megawatts, but none installed so far in 2022 because it's not counting the ones that are still under construction. But as you heard this morning, it's states like New Jersey that are working to grow this industry in the US. And this depicts the various goals for capacity in different states. Now, some of those are in law, some of those are in executive orders, some of those are targets. But you see that on the East Coast, New Jersey is in the lead with 11,000 megawatt target. New York not too far behind with 9,000 megawatts. California's looks bigger. They do have the latest out date for that goal, though. That's 2045 that they're aiming for, that large number. So, but it's not just New York and New Jersey. You see the other eastern seaboard states on there as well. And you know the reasons why. You heard it this morning. These are states that have climate goals. They have clean air and clean energy goals. They also have large populations concentrated on the coasts. Not a lot of space to build land-based wind or or solar, or if in the case of New York, where I'm from, there still is a lot of room to build land-based wind and utility scale solar, but it does, even with all of that, it doesn't get to the legal mandate of an emission-free grid by 2040. So we came to the conclusion in New York that we just could not meet the climate goals without offshore wind. And as you see here, other states came to that same conclusion. And it's not, of course, just about climate goals. It's also about growing electricity demand. So the more the population either increases or use more electricity, or for transportation, for example, or for home heating, that electricity demand is going to grow. And with or without the climate law, additional fossil fueled power plants are extremely controversial and in many neighborhoods not wanted at all. So it wasn't as if the advocates for offshore wind backed into these targets, but from the state's point of view, it's the pathway to meeting multiple goals at once. And as you heard that this morning for New Jersey, but as I'm just here to reiterate that it's not New Jersey, it's all of the states up and down the coast. Here's a picture of the federal leases and projects currently under development. As you see, there's 2 projects operating, both quite small. The Block Island Wind Farm, which is a wonderful place to visit, and Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind, which is a pilot project. But as you again heard this morning, there's Vineyard Wind under construction and making great progress, and South Fork Wind in New York in the same situation. In total, there's 28 leases in active development. There's 16 projects that have secured a buyer or an offtake agreement from different variety of states. And just in the New York Bight, there's the potential for over 7 gigawatts of offshore wind generating capacity. So you heard in great detail in the previous panel all the plans for economic development for New Jersey. And the situation is the same in other states. So it's not really a surprise that if states are going to invest in this new technology and invest taxpayer money, ratepayer money, and political capital in growing this new industry, that they're also going to want to have some commitments about in-state economic development. So what's happening here in New Jersey is also happening in New England, happening in New York State, and Maryland, for example. So these are some examples. I won't go through them all, but I think maybe the interesting thing to point out is that they're all linked to projects. So as there's growing pains in the industry and there's risks to projects, or some projects don't come to fruition, it puts the plan for these economic development projects in question too. Like New Jersey, New York is not walking away from these economic development projects, but is trying to find a way to continue their momentum. In the ports of Albany and Queens, there's been significant investments already, and as I say, they were linked to specific projects, some of which have run into problems with their contract, have had to cancel their contract, and are pursuing new contracts in New York State. So I think my main message is that all of the states are trying to do what New Jersey's trying to do, with different levels of commitments to projects, and it sort of remains to be seen which is going to come out the other end successful. But there's so much opportunity for job creation. I myself am from the Capital Region in New York. I'm born and raised there, and the idea that we would have these union jobs in these, in the case of the Port of Albany, in an environmental justice neighborhood, with the city cooperating with the state on workforce development and training, and with the unions, it's very exciting. So there's a lot of moving parts to make sure that these projects reach fruition, but so much potential. I think maybe we've heard a lot about this already. I guess my main point is it wasn't just projects in New Jersey that were faltering this year. As I mentioned, am from New York. We're most involved in what happened in New York, but in general, the companies committed to projects at a certain price, and then the world changed. We had a pandemic, we had inflation that followed the pandemic, we had rising interest rates that followed inflation. We also had, and still have, a war in Ukraine that has made European countries double down on their own renewable energy goals. So more competition for that supply chain, for the installation vessels, et cetera. Plus, these projects take a long time. It takes years to get permits. It takes years to get your interconnection agreement. And there's a lot of unknown costs in that process. What are going to be the costs of your permitting requirements? I mean, just to be blunt, you kind of have to guess when you're bidding into the state how much your interconnection is going to cost and how much your permitting process is going to cost and how much your EPC contractor is going to cost. We need to work hard to make those processes more efficient and timely, but we also have to recognize that it is still going to take a long time. It's not going to be under a year in any case for those processes. So we need to adjust the state procurements and maintain flexibility, and the use of an inflation adder, which has been done in New Jersey and New York, is one example of how the procurement of states needs to adjust to the other processes that the projects are engaged in. But the states remain committed. You heard a lot about this. There's open solicitations in New York and Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island combined. You heard about the commitment of the governor to the 4th solicitation in New Jersey. So this is the way we're going to get the industry back on track, by getting these projects under contract again. And that is my 8 minutes. So thanks so much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dan Fenton from the NJEDA is going to talk about the competition, collaboration, and like everything in between.
Good morning. Thank you, Mark, and thank you to the Sweeney Center for both putting this on and inviting me to speak. I think if I have one takeaway, it's that the state of offshore wind is stronger than we thought last year, and New Jersey is committed to making this happen. We have that strong political commitment from the Murphy administration and from the agencies, including EDA and BPU, who you already heard from, and I'm here to talk more about EDA. We have an 11,000 megawatt goal for the state of New Jersey, and we are going to reach that goal. We have to. It is a climate, clean energy, and economic development imperative. And we've really focused on port and supply chain investments through our New Jersey strategy and building a strong workforce to help meet the needs of the future. We have taken a whole-of-government approach. You heard this morning first from President Gul Sadovi and from Tim Sullivan. We are partnered with across the government to coordinate and make sure that we are approaching this effectively and we can reach those goals. It's a whole-of-government approach. I think we've talked about how there's ongoing activity throughout the coast. I just want to point out that New Jersey is in the center of the offshore wind hub. We are centrally located with about 50% of the offshore wind lease areas on the East Coast within a half-day's steam. That means we can be building projects that support the New Jersey economy. We can also be marshaling and supporting projects with supply chain from New Jersey to support projects in Maryland, New York, and other states. A differentiator for New Jersey, we have a very clear solicitation schedule. This is public. It is an indicator to the market and to the developers so they understand what the schedule is going to look like over time. And we've already heard from the developers this morning, so I won't dwell on this, but I'll just say we are imminently expecting the 4th round solicitation to be released and tentatively expecting that those projects will be commercially operational in 2032. Our strategy, as I said, has been to focus on developing port infrastructure and really workforce development. We have EEW at the Port of Hallsborough providing domestic supply for offshore wind projects throughout the East Coast, and they will be supplying for New Jersey projects. We have the New Jersey Wind Port nearing completion for Parcel A and with a plan for additional space to be developed over the next few years. There will be nacelle and towers assembled and manufactured at the wind port, so you have the co-location benefits. And we expect that marshaling will be done both for Atlantic Shores and the NJ3 round projects. With operation and maintenance hubs under development in Atlantic City and expected also in North Jersey. Here's just a rendering of what the wind port's going to look like. I think you heard from Tim this morning about this being a major infrastructure project on time and under budget for the state, with open access to the Atlantic Ocean, so no bridge restrictions, which is really important when you see the scale that Dan showed for the Vineyard project of, those turbines and the tower segments going out to ocean. It's really important not to have to deal with height restrictions. And ultimately, our plan is to have 1,500 jobs, manufacturing and marshaling, based at the wind port in Salem County. It's a major economic development driver for South Jersey. Here's just a view of the parcel. So parcel A is the first marshaling parcel that will be completed this summer, around June. We have a notice to lease that's active right now for marshaling tenants and storage for the future, from this year through 2033. That solicitation, that notice closes in March, so we expect to have more announcements later this year. And the plan is to then move forward with manufacturing tenants in this calendar year as well. Here's some aerial views, and I think we'll just highlight some progress here. So here's March of 2023. You can see this is parcel A, the first marshaling portion. And then we move forward to November, and you can see major progress. If you took an aerial today, it would be even further along. The scale of this project is really impressive if you see it in person, and I hope that if you haven't been able to visit in person yourself, there's some videos, including of Tim Sullivan at the Windport, talking about the importance of this from a jobs and economic development perspective. Here's just I think Mark asked me to talk a little bit about the importance of the supply chain along the East Coast. So I think New Jersey is leading the pack, to be honest, and I'm biased. I'm from New Jersey. I live in New Jersey. I love New Jersey. And I think that we have really set the standard for moving forward on offshore wind. But it's going to be a regional ecosystem. You're going to have major investments, like we heard about for New York, in the Albany region. You're going to have facilities in Maryland and Virginia. But what we're trying to do is make sure that New Jersey captures a major portion of the benefits of these investments. And you can see on the right is a map from the Department of Energy's offshore wind market report, where you can see both port facilities, and it's a little hard to read, sorry, but there are manufacturing facilities being established along the coast. And on the left, you can see from the NREL study that was done earlier in 2023 about what exists and what we need. And I think the point we need to take away from this is that there's a big gap. We still need to develop a lot more facility to meet the demand of those major targets, those major goals from the states. Luckily, we have facilities. If you haven't been to, I saw about half the audience raise their hand about visiting Paulsboro, the EW facility. If you haven't been there, the scale is massive. These monopiles are gigantic, and it is a major undertaking underway in Gloucester County. But it's the first of what we hope to see in the future. So we want monopiles to be produced in Paulsboro for our projects, and we want towers to be produced at the Windport, and we want other facilities to establish themselves in New Jersey. That's the focus of the EDA sector team. But like I said, we know that it's going to be a regional system, so we are working in partnership with other states. In 2022, New Jersey and New York announced a collaboration, and we signed an agreement to work together on a shared vision of development of the supply chain. In 2023, we joined the federal-state offshore wind implementation partnership, and we are meeting on a monthly basis to talk about how we coordinate and align on our procurements, on our investments, and that there's synergies that can be achieved if we work together to build a supply chain rather than always being in competition. Just a few examples of our partnership with New York. We have partnered with Oceantic, formerly known as the Business Network for Offshore Wind, and we offer free trainings for New Jersey-based or New York-based companies to learn more about the industry. There's a one-on-one session. There's also a 3-day intensive Foundation to Blade program. If you're a New Jersey business or organization, that is free to attend, and we encourage you to sign up. The next one is in early March. We hosted a major event in January in Brooklyn. This is a photo of the standing room only crowd, 400 folks in Brooklyn, to talk about the state's commitments to making this happen. And we had an exhibit hall with more than 40 vendors, folks that already have contracts within the offshore wind space, and all the developers from the New York, New Jersey region, talking about how to work together to make this real. In development, we have 2 projects. One is a New York, New Jersey training website where you can find information about any training program in either state. And we expect that'll go live later this year. And then we're also developing a technical assistance program. So for smaller businesses who want to get into the supply chain, who are looking for information about what certifications they need, what sort of training programs they may need, what bonding, insurance requirements may exist, we'll have a hands-on program to help New York, New Jersey businesses, hopefully launching later this year. Also for New Jersey businesses, a free resource. Any company can advertise for free to developers to say, hey, we can provide this bolt for your project. Now, the developer's not going to buy those bolts, right? It's going to be their tier 1 or tier 2 supply vendor. But this is a resource that is free for New Jersey businesses to advertise any service, any component part that you're providing. And if a developer comes to the EDA and says, hey, we're looking for fuel, or we're looking for a vessel provider, can you tell us who's in the space? The first thing we do is we go to the supply chain registry and we pull the list. So if you're a New Jersey-based business who wants to get into this sector, please sign up. It's free. And I'm happy to talk with anybody after the event. Here's a map of those supply chain folks from our registry. And as you see, it's regional. So large bulk of the entries in the New Jersey supply chain registry are in New Jersey, but there's New York, Pennsylvania, other states that are represented in our registry. Have to mention that we have the Wind Institute for Innovation and Training. So I think you heard from the developers about some great investments into workforce development training. The Wind Institute is here to help coordinate and integrate and make sure that programs that get established in New Jersey are aligned and that we're preparing the workforce for the needs of the future. We expect that there will be an announcement about a Wind Innovation Center later this year. So last year we issued an RFEI and got several really encouraging responses. This is to do innovation and research work for the future. There are 200 different types of jobs that are going to be needed in the offshore wind sector. And this is just a sampling of what we know is coming. Lots of overlap from traditional construction and operations roles. I'm not going to dwell on this, but we expect about 20,000 new jobs by 2030 in the offshore wind space. And this is based on the workforce study that EDA helped fund about 2 years ago. Most of those jobs we think will be in the manufacturing sector if we're successful in landing those tier 1 supply chain investments in New Jersey, but there will also be construction and installation important roles to fill there. This is a Wind Institute, a sample of some of their programs. There was a workforce development program that gave out grants last year, more than $3.7 million to local community-based organizations to help train the workforce. And I think the developers already did this themselves, talking about some of the benefits for New Jersey, but I would just say we are talking about almost $7 billion of economic development benefits for the state. This is a massive infusion of good jobs, clean energy, and economic development benefits for residents of New Jersey, and it's really important that we reach our goals. We have a couple of upcoming trainings. I'm happy to share these slides afterwards so Mark can circulate them, but you can find more information on the EDA website. And here's a sampling of our team. I'll call out Annalisa Grobel and I think Ahmed Chaudhry are both in the audience, so please feel free to talk to us after the event. We are here to be a resource for New Jersey-based businesses. We want to succeed, we want you to succeed, and we think it's really important that we work together to reach these goals. And if you want to, we have a quarterly newsletter. Please feel free to sign up.
Thank you. Our fourth speaker, Pauline O'Connor. You'll stay there, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Mark,
Perfect.
and thank you, Bob, for organizing this and hosting us. I think it's apt that it's at the Sweeney Center because I think the story starts with OWIDA, or Offshore Wind Economic Development Act, back in 2010 when Governor Christie signed it into law, and unfortunately sort of sat on it for a long time. It took Governor Murphy becoming elected and getting sworn into office to really get the program off the ground. And in his first month on the job, he signed Executive Order 8 in Atlantic City, sort of empowering the BPU and EDA and DEP to sort of spring the program into action. and established a goal of 3,500 megawatts by 2030. He subsequently then in 2019, with President Al Gore, signed another executive order kicking it up a notch to 7,500 megawatts, and then 2 years ago now, 2022, established our current goal, which is 11,000 megawatts. And so I started with Governor Murphy's administration on day one, really proud of the work that we've accomplished. Over the last 6 years, I've left 2 years ago, but I'm forever a Murphyite, and now month on the job at the New Jersey Offshore Wind Alliance, certainly building the plane as I fly it. We sort of soft launched a month ago, right on the heels of the NJ3 solicitation, and I'm really excited to be the voice of the industry in New Jersey and continue the great work that we have underway.
Great. Thank you. A couple questions. Let me just start off. The competition among states, and Dan, I'm looking at you first, but the competition among states for like offshore wind manufacturing, for offshore wind farms, for jobs has been something of a Wild West it's been compared to. Maryland may do monopiles, we're doing monopiles. And New York may be doing towers, we're doing towers. Do you see the possibility of a sort of a regional mid-Atlantic or like however we want to characterize it, where Virginia and Maine will both know what each other's doing, and New York and New Jersey will agree on who's building what or who's manufacturing what, or is there sufficient room? This is going to be a large enough industry that we're fine having a multiple manufacturing of facilities for American parts.
So, well, first of all, I think it's a both and. I think if you go back to the NREL slide with the sort of demand that we expect for facilities versus what exists, there's still a lot of room for states to secure those commitments for supply chain investments. Yes, we have EW in Paulsboro, and there is a plan for another monopile facility down in Maryland. But I think that chart actually showed that we need 3 or 4 facilities. So there's a lot of room for growth in the supply chain across states. But ultimately, yes, we're working together. We're meeting with our counterparts in the other states every single month. We go through every state along the East Coast saying what's happening with their solicitation, what's happening in the news. We're sharing across states at this point for information. And as the supply chain gets more solidified over time, because more projects are built and more facilities are established, I think you'll see even greater coordination and the potential for crediting supply chain purchases from out of state. We're not there yet. I think we're still in an early phase of the process where New Jersey, New York, Virginia, each of our states wants to reap those job and economic development benefits of securing the supply chain investments. But over time, as things get solidified, I think you'll see a lot more coordination and potential for partnership between the states.
Ann, you want to?
You said it all.
Okay, good. One of the things we had talked about earlier was the Jones Act and shipping. There's a $500 million ship that can transport monopiles, a U.S. flagship being built in Texas, and that's probably pretty close to the extent of the shipbuilding that's going on. Can you explain the Jones Act and why this is just such a mess at this point, and we're all using feeder barges?
No.
Dan, would you like?
I won't try to explain the Jones Act except for very cursorily.
Okay.
To say that it requires U.S. flagships to be doing this work. And that the offshore wind industry is committed to abiding by the Jones Act. But it does greatly complicate things, and ways have to be found to adhere to the law and still get the work done. I'll put it that way. one of the ways is what you described with the ferrying the components out to the other vessel. So I probably shouldn't say this because I haven't been at American Clean Power long enough, but I do not foresee us changing the Jones Act anytime soon, right? Unless something dramatic happens politically. So it is incumbent upon the offshore wind companies to figure out how to navigate that, and hopefully to have the states and the permitting requirements maintain the flexibility so that the Jones Act can be dealt with. As to financing the construction of U.S. flagged vehicles is another, pathway to success. It's complicated, and I'm guessing maybe some of my colleagues have something to say about that.
Well, first of all, I think we should not miss the fact that steel is in the water and power is being fed to the grid. So developers are figuring out how to build offshore wind farms that are Jones Act compliant. It's happening in Massachusetts, it's happening in New York, and it's going to happen in New Jersey. Second of all, I think, yes, it would be better if we had more vessels that were US flagged and could come into our ports. That is, I think, in the long term where we need to get, but it can't be on the states and it can't be on the developers only to make that happen. It needs to be a partnership with the federal government, and it needs to be, it's very complicated in order to how to make this work. In the meantime, we've shown that the feeder barge system can work. And ultimately, I think there is a discussion amongst the states and with the DOE about what are our options. I mean, I've heard a lot of ideas floated around, nothing that's yet come to fruition beyond those initial vessel building that's taken place, really funded by the developers. And that long-term is not a sustainable solution.
And I'd just add that, and I'll only speak for New Jersey, I think it's very helpful for us to have a transparent and a transparent cadence of our solicitations. I think it helps developers make strategic decisions on when to bid and their ability and capacity. And so I think I praise BPU and the Murphy administration on being transparent and having a schedule, and hoping that they adhere to it so that business decisions could be made and it can be sort of scheduled and staggered, and yeah.
Dan?
And yeah, as I graduated from Massachusetts Maritime Academy. I'm not opposed to the Jones Act by any means. It has made things a bit more difficult. That's why our monopiles and TPs are coming out of Halifax right now, right to the WDA and then back up there. Logistically, we've got local 56 pile drivers that have to go up to Halifax to catch the boat, work, then go back to Canada before they can come home. So it's definitely made things tricky. In terms of U.S. flagged installation vessels, I'm not going to solve that issue here. I know, some of our European or some of our other overseas contractors are kind of, they feel they've made a commitment in their vessels, so the U.S., it's kind of our turn to do that as well. And one thing I think that'll help is as these projects continue, as the structures of developers gets hashed out, that should help. So like Vineyard Wind 1 is a joint venture between Avangrid and CIP, or Vineyard Offshore. There's no Vineyard Wind 2. If we had multiple projects in the pipeline, we'd be able to make it more financially viable to source those vessels in the U.S.
Just following up, Dan, so are you able to move monopiles on feeder barges, or is that beyond the capacity of that vessel?
Capacity-wise, we probably could.
Okay.
But when you add the TPs into the mix, then no, it's just.
Okay.
These components are so large. Just to get a cover to cover up on a monopile when you're out at sea, it's a whole operation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'd like to be, being that we have Dan here, what a local opposition did a Vineyard Wind face? I thought I remember hearing that the local opposition you were dealing with was actually like 4 or 5 years back was the height of it, right? Am I correct? And how did Vineyard Wind overcome that? I mean, you're 15 miles off of Martha's Vineyard, right? Okay.
Yep, yeah, that's correct. So I've been with the company for about 3 years, and it's been not as bad as some of the war stories I've heard before. But I think in our area, you know, Cape Wind was kind of set the stage, kind of got everyone thinking. So then, you know, looking at a map, when you see that it's 15 miles south and it's not, you know, smack dab in the middle of the ferry routes, people thought, all right, well, that's better. We definitely still had some opposition around, you know, the port of New Bedford specifically. We were able to kind of curtail that by, you know, we employ about 20% of the fishing fleet there, which in New Bedford, it's all commercial scallopers. So yeah, I mean, just we have an amazing team on the ground, reaching out to every community we can. I've knocked on pretty much everyone's door, every local business, just to see, you know, how and where they can help with this project.
Ann, in our earlier conversation, you described offshore wind development as a delicate dance with all these different steps and parts that can go wrong. I mean, obviously we're talking here about all the economic development, all the offshore wind leases are being proposed. But we've talked about how supply chains, interest rates, and financing, shipping can all torpedo everything. Could you talk a little bit about just about the fits and starts we're still likely to run into?
Well, I do think it's a puzzle, right? And a developer has to put together an agreement to sell the power or the renewable energy attributes, has to get permits from a swath of federal agencies and then state agencies when the cables are coming ashore, has to get an interconnection agreement that can take years, right? And when you first enter the queue to get your interconnection agreement, you don't know what the outcome is going to be at the other end in terms of the cost. And you add into that, these are multi-year projects to get the transmission capacity built to deliver the power to shore, and from shore, like from Long Island, exported to the rest of the state, for example. The more you learn about the process to develop an offshore wind project, the more you're amazed that anyone tries to do it at all. And it explains the very intense competition between these companies that are trying to build these projects. Because they know that not every project is going to win a contract, for example, and they're all competing with each other to be the first in different locations. I think we've seen that play out in this first tranche of projects, and there's been some lessons learned, I think, on the state side from the point of view of needing to factor in flexibility, needing to factor in inflation, needing to factor in maybe tackle the transmission costs or the transmission process a different way. So I don't know what the next round of fits and starts will be, but I was really encouraged by Mr. Sullivan acknowledging that there would be some, and that the state of New Jersey is prepared for that, that adversity, I guess you say, whatever challenge comes up, and is not expecting that this process is going to go 100% smoothly for something that's so major, so significant, such a new industry. We have new industries in the United States. They tend not to be major infrastructure in recent years, and I'm sure when the railroads were established and when the oil and gas industry was established, there were a lot of starts and stops. But it's going to come down to the commitment from the states and the federal government. You know, administrations change, but the commitment's going to need to be there to get those federal permits done and get the state procurement right. So I don't really know the answer about what fits and starts are going to come next, but I'm sure there's going to be some.
One last question before I open up to the audience. This is the Commissioner Bob Gordon's question, who's sitting in the second row here. The United States ranks second in a land-based wind. Yet there are, around the world we have 64 gigawatts of like offshore wind, and and the United States is very, very late to the game. We got there on the land-based wind very quickly. Why have we lagged so far behind on like offshore wind? Are there factors here that we're not seeing in Albania or wherever?
I think one thing to consider is all of Europe is in a way like the eastern states. They're highly, populated. There's not a lot of open land. There's a strong environmental ethic. So I think Europe was ahead of us for all of those reasons. They had an interest in weaning themselves from gas from Russia. In the case of Germany, they had an interest in closing their nuclear plants, and they looked at the options in front of them, and they had earlier climate commitments in Europe than we did here in the United States. So when you factor that all in, they started on offshore wind earlier. And they had, in contrast, the United States has wide open areas for land-based wind development, and we still do. So if given a choice, it is more expensive to develop wind power offshore than on land. And that's why windy places like Texas are leading the country in land-based wind development. So when the United States, when the renewables industry was looking at the United States, it was still easier to do land-based wind and then utility-scale solar. It was only until the East Coast states had the political will to make these investments in this new industry, assess their options like Europe did 20 years ago, and decided that this was the best option. And I think the second reason is the West Coast, which might have gone before us, has, a deeper ocean, and they're going to have only floating wind there, which is just, well, not just, but still at the earlier stages in Europe. So we do have an opportunity to be leaders in floating offshore wind if California, Oregon, move quickly. So we'll see how much they want to get out front on that.
I often wonder where would we be if the Christie administration enacted Assemblyman Verzicelli's and Senator Sweeney's bill in 2010. How far along we would have been.
And also, I think there's a trade-off, right? Like, we have a public process where we're looking for stakeholder input in every step of the way. And so that's a good thing if you want public participation. It's a bad thing if you want speed. And so, I think it's a trade-off, and we've decided that we want public input when the developers are going to be bidding, when they're permitting, when all the steps of the way, you have a process that takes a lot of time.
Thank you. Ari, questions from the audience? Over there, I think on the left, and then in the back. Thank you. You're going to have to share a mic. That was a really good answer. Really good answer.
Hey, I'm just going to direct this to the Vineyard, gentleman from Vineyard. Can you just walk us through real quick, what is that installation process? Are there feeder barges being deployed at any point? And what is being done to train up U.S. mariners to take over for the foreign workers that are in there now?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, all of our components on this project are made overseas. So they come over on a heavy lift vessel to the New Bedford Marine Commerce Terminal. Sorry, take a step back. So the monopiles and the TPs don't come to New Bedford. Those are the ones that go to Halifax, to the WDA and back up, wind development area. The turbine components come mostly from France to New Bedford on a heavy lift vessel. They'll get offloaded at site on SPMTs, self-propelled modular transportation vehicles. In any case, so they get arranged in the yard, kind of to be inspected, get punch list items figured out. The bottom two sections of the towers, T1, T2, will get pre-assembled in New Bedford. They'll get put in the staging area along with the top section. The blades come in racks on the heavy lift vessels, but those are manufacturer racks. So they're taken out of those racks, put into new racks that were built in Louisiana, put into the assembly, into the staging area. And then the nacelles come in, they get checked up, get ready to roll. And then we use the PT-50, which is the giant ring crane in that picture. That'll put, so now there's two sections of towers, fore and aft. The nacelles kind of in the middle, and then the blade racks are on the port side. The barge itself is U.S. flag. It's the Foss Prevailing Wind and the Marmac 400. They're both Foss Maritime. And on the barge, there's a barge master. It's like a gyro system, a weight compensation system to keep everything as steady as possible. Obviously, the two tower sections, it creates higher risk of tipping at that height. And then, yes, so three tugs will move that barge out, turn in the basin, out the hurricane barrier, and then out to the WDA. And that's where it ties up to the sea installer, which is a jackup vessel, which will then pick the components and install them onto the monopiles. The Demi Orion is the monopile installation vessel, so it's two separate but I guess kind of interlocking scopes. And then for training mariners, yeah. So the Foss tugs, Foss is a Seattle company. They have just relocated an East Coast port or operations base. But they're SIU, Seafarers International Union. So those guys are already trained. For the ones that aren't, there's different institutions around southeastern Massachusetts, one being Mass Maritime Academy, which I'm all too happy to send people to my alma mater. Bristol Community College has opened up their NOWI Center, it's the National Offshore Wind Institute. And then right across the harbor in Fairhaven, Mass. is Northeast Maritime Institute. So we have we had funds available to the public where we took community members who were interested, whether it's fishermen, whether it's kids in New Bedford, and kind of laid it out for them and say, this is the path. If you're interested, we'll get you your AB, we'll get you STCW, and we'll make the right connections. We did pretty much everything we could other than hiring them, because it's not actually our choice, it's our contractors, but we made sure they were ready to roll.
And I would just say that the Wind Institute in 2023 issued an RFI for request for information about maritime training needs. Got a bunch of responses that I think are still under review, and we're thinking about how to address the workforce gap needs specifically for maritime. I know the New York, New Jersey Maritime Association is planning a conference this spring to talk more deeply about this issue, and we are planning a roundtable with the businesses in the maritime services sector to talk again about what are the challenges within the space and how do we prepare the workforce for the future. So there's a lot of thinking that's going on, specifically from the Wind Institute, but I think across the sector.
I think there's a question in the back. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's been such an illuminating session. I have a question on two issues, please, legislation and institutions. The gentleman, I can't remember his name, I think it's Terence Kelly, in the previous panel said we have to leverage institutional knowledge for legislation. And I totally agree with those two components. One, legislation. What happens after, for instance, the Biden administration? A number of things for now appear to be executive orders more than legislation. So how do we sort of ensure that we don't go 10 steps backward, and I know it's a process, but what are we doing towards that? Then the second one on institutions. In the morning session and the earlier panel, we heard a lot about this being an emerging industry. It's true, it comes with a lot of challenges, but I think that we can also strengthen our institutions to provide some stability while we are at this emerging phase. What can we do to learn from nations that have gone ahead of us? We don't like their bad parts, but nations like Denmark have gone ahead of us. What can we do to learn from what they did in the emerging stage to use institutions to create stability as we go through our several starts and stops? Thank you very much again.
I can take the first question.
Go ahead.
I'll answer your first question, and that is legislation. Something that the New Jersey Offshore Wind Alliance wants to focus on this year is codifying the governor's last executive order, number 307, so that it's not just an executive order, but it is in statute, the 1,100 megawatts. I may need all your help to support that bill to get it passed, and I'll feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn to get connected, but I think that's a goal of ours to get done, because you're right, 2025 and a new governor's race is around the corner, and we're certainly keeping our eye on all the folks who are running and tracking whether they are in support of the industry or not, but totally agree with you and with Terrence, we should codify the executive order.
Other questions? Up here, out there first, in the back first, then I'll go to Commissioner Gordon.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharonda Allen, and I'm here representing Tri-County Sustainability. And I'm the EJ Chapter Co-Chair, as well as a standing committee member of the New Jersey Equitable Energy Coalition, NJPEAC. So my question today, I want to just say thank you for all that you do and the EDA team is doing to support inclusive offshore wind, I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong. An inclusive offshore wind economy, sorry. I'm reading without glasses. How can we work with you to ensure residents of Camden and other frontline communities are engaged, such as, actually not, we do a lot of talking about green jobs development, workforce development. We want some actionable steps where we can have, work with some of the wraparound services, because as you know, many of these people are shut out economically because there are disparities in New Jersey and all over the place. But in New Jersey and Camden in particular, Dan specifically, what can we do?
Well, thanks, Sharonda, and good to see you. I think a couple thoughts that come to mind. First of all, I think our team is here, and we can come to your community organization, to your community, to talk about the programs that exist, and to talk about what else might need to be created. So that's the first thing, is an offer. My contact information has weirdly been there on the screen the whole time, so feel free to email me. We will arrange for Jen Becker or Amin Chaudhry or myself to come down and talk to your organization or to your members about how to get into the space. Second thing is, right in Camden County at the Votech School is a welding program that is specifically for folks to get into this industry and to take jobs at EEW or other facilities in the future. And so helping folks to understand what those pathways are, I think we can highlight, but they're right in Camden. And the third thing I think is, we don't yet know what exactly all those pathways are going to be, but we are trying to put together a roadmap for the most likely career paths and what the various avenues for example, a high school student or a community college student, where they might go in terms of accessing the programs that exist. So the Wind Institute has funded a bunch of programs, and I think it's just sometimes hard to understand where they are and how to plug in. We're trying to create a sort of choose your own adventure so that it's clearer about how to get into the space. So like I said, please reach out. I think we'd be happy to come down and talk to you about what exists and also what we still might need to create.
We have two more questions. Commissioner Gordon first, over here. And then over here.
Thank you. A question about offshore transmission. Ann put a map up a few minutes ago showing projects stretching from the Gulf of Maine to the Carolinas. And if those projects get built out, we're likely going to need a transmission backbone down most of the mid-Atlantic states, not unlike a federal interstate highway system. I think the odds today politically of the federal government taking the lead to do something like that is not high. So how do we build this offshore backbone? Can the states collaborate to do it? Do we create a regional transmission organization that's sort of a maritime RTO? How do we get this done?
I don't know, is the answer again. But maybe it helps to talk a little bit about how we got here. I know when we were advocating for development of the offshore wind industry in New York State, we got the companies together and said, do you want us to start by advocating for a transmission backbone? And the companies did not want that. In some cases, because they had experiences in Europe where they were contracting separately for the project and the transmission, and the project was ready in the North Sea before the transmission, and obviously they had some temporarily stranded assets, which I'm sure was quite costly. And so there was concern that starting in the US, if we did that, we would never get rolling. And I actually think that might have come from their experience in Europe, but it was probably wise that if we had started in the US to first get a backbone and then get projects, we'd still be talking. And so the projects now all have radial connections into Massachusetts, into New York. But now we're getting into the second phase where we have to talk about what's happening in the future. Again, I just happen to know a little bit more about New York, but there's very limited places in New York Harbor that a cable can come in and you can interconnect. So New York has chosen to require the projects to be mesh ready for the future so that they're not slowing down some of the development of projects now, but there'd be optionality in the future to connect those projects. And New Jersey has gone with the state agreement approach, which I didn't know before 3 weeks ago because I was focused on New York. Seems like a better idea, I have to say. So I think we have to accept the fact that this is going to happen in fits and starts, but that the conversations have to get more complicated now for this next tranche of projects about what's best and smartest for a transmission. The good news is 11 states have come together to talk about regional transmission. I'm not in that room to know what they're saying, but I bet you Dan's going to tell us.
Well, I'm not in the room either because I think the BPU staff has really taken the lead on the transmission work. But two thoughts. One is it could pan out from SA2, right? Like, so the BPU could decide to help fund and make real the backbone idea. I think when presented with that option in the past, it was decided it was too expensive and it didn't make sense at that point in time. But in SAA2, maybe the outcome will be different. And the second thing I would say is that from the IRA, I think there's funding available for states to work together on transmission and that those conversations have begun. We're just not in the room and don't know exactly what's being said. Yes, it would make a lot of sense to have an offshore wind backbone, but ultimately, I think it's also about who's going to pay for that. Is it on the ratepayer? Is it on the developer? Is it a mix? Is it for the states? Is it for the feds? I don't know the right answer to it, but it's a cost question in addition to the coordination and the complication of working across states.
We have one more. This will be the last question for the panel.
Yeah, my question, I actually have two questions, but the first is about the federal government. I live in South Jersey, in a coastal community, and the district that I live in includes Cape May County, Atlantic County, and Ocean County. And the representative that currently represents us, who I am currently trying to unseat, I'm running for his seat, but should he win, how much power does someone like him have to derail any of this? You mentioned codifying law in New Jersey. Does something have to be codified at the federal level as well? And how does that come about if I'm not fortunate enough to unseat Jeff Van Drew and he stays where he is, how much power does he have? That's the first question. And the second question is about the vineyard stuff. Have you noticed or have you had complaints now that you're actually up and running about the impact to the commercial fishing industry? Because that's one of the most recent complaints that I've heard from the anti-offshore wind folks, is that it's going to destroy the commercial fishing industry. I don't believe it. I'd like to know if you have seen any impact. So 2 questions.
I want to let Dan go first on commercial fishing.
Sure, thanks. So where Vineyard Wind 1 is, we kind of got lucky, to be honest. So there's no real commercial fishing grounds in the lease area itself. The squid are just north. So if I'm being honest, I was nervous about that, especially during pile driving. But the way we arranged our sound field, we did not scare the squid away, which is fantastic. But where it does affect the commercial fishermen is in transit. So, usually you start out north and kind of chase them down. You would chase them through our lease area. One thing we did to mitigate this, which I think is really cool, because obviously developers compete with each other often, but in our wind development area, we all committed to a 1x1 nautical square mile grid. So everything's evenly spaced. You can transit it north, south, east, west, diagonal. As long as you're paying attention and not sleeping at the wheel, you'll be safe. You're allowed to fish in the area. During construction, there's a 500-meter safety zone, but other than that, you're allowed to drag or trawl or whatever you need to do. So for this project specifically, we really haven't had a big impact on the squid fishery. Since we've put structure in the water, there's definitely albacore, there's mahi. Everyone's marking. All the wreck fishermen are marking everything they like to catch now. As projects continue, I guess it would depend on the order or the sequence. If we go, left to right, we could theoretically push a fishery out farther, or more inshore if we go right to left. But the mitigation efforts that we've put in place now have been working.
Ann, you want to pick up?
I would just say one anti-offshore wind congressperson cannot kill this industry, but one president could. Because in contrast to solar, for example, the permitting for all offshore wind is federal because it's in federal lease areas. And if the agencies that conduct the permitting don't issue the permits, then these companies can't move ahead with projects. That being said, Congress, you heard about a big push from the Biden administration for the in-state manufacturing was the Inflation Reduction Act and the tax credits it has for manufacturing facilities. If a future Congress chose to change that, that would have a significant impact. So defending the gains of the IRA will be important in the coming years.
I would just add that I unabashedly wish you the best of luck in your race, and I wish that offshore wind wasn't a political talking point. And I think Congressman Van Drew was supportive of offshore wind before he wasn't, so it's just unfortunate. But best of luck.
And the Sweeney Center has a no political roots, so we're going to stay out of this. Thank you very much to our panel, and then Tabitha Dobbins, the Dean of the Graduate School, is going to close.
Thank you. What a robust discussion. I'm Tabitha Dobbins, Dean of the Graduate School, and I recognize many faces out here. I want to thank you all for coming out today to Rowan University. Our president, 5 years ago, set us off onto a strategic plan which he noted as University of the Future, so that Rowan would be this University of the Future. And it's very, very fitting that the Sweeney Policy Center, and Mark, thank you so much, brought this technology of the future discussion right here to our campus. So as I listened to the discussion today, the talks, and I mean, it's just been wonderful. So thank you to all speakers from earlier and for this panel as well. As I listened, the one summative remark I would say that I heard is the idea of resilience. And so as resilience for this technology to go forward. And so as we move on, you'll see that your notebooks are listed with 100. We are in our 100th, our centennial year here at Rowan University. And our president, Hushman, has denoted our theme for the 100th anniversary as Forever Forward. So I'm going to ask you guys that we will go forever forward as we move onwards with making real this technology in the future of New Jersey. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for coming. There's a lunch out there as well now.